everyone. I hope you are doing well. My hair is now officially purple. If you have not yet noticed, I posted some pictures of it in the zetamath exclusive Discord piece. But yes, now my hair is actually purple. And let's see. Do I have any other announcements? I posted the joint solve with Ranks and I solving the second Perdoku, the one by Paul Fly. I posted that. We did a live viewing of it, but if you've not yet seen it, I recommend going to look at it. I think it is quite entertaining. Thank you, Marty. Thank you, David. I posted a puzzle over on LMD recently, so I should tell you about that. That puzzle is called Soliloquy. Heliopolis asked for more. I would love to do more Perdoku. I have as I've said, I've been trying to make one, so obviously I'm not going to solve the one that I'm making, probably. But I definitely, if I find more appealing Perdokus, I definitely would like to do more, because they are a lot of fun to do with Ranks. So I am hoping to do more of them. All right, and today's starting puzzle it seems to be More Regions in the Fog by Oddlyeven. So let me read you the list of people who voted for this. Oops, I just voted for it. That's not what I was trying to do. So this puzzle was voted for by Doomdiot, Luda, Russ, Screaming Ice Cube, Null, Math Pesto, and David. So excellent. So thank you so much for all of your support. Spunk, by the way, welcome, Spunk. I'm not sure. I think I've seen your name in chat once before, but I've not seen it many times. You said you're stuck somewhere on Soliloquy. You can always post a picture of where you are in the zetamath Discord, and someone, possibly me, but someone will definitely help you with sort of giving you a nudge to the next step. So just post a spoiler image of where you are if you want to nudge, and you will be able to get it. All right, so we have normal doubler rules and normal region sum lines rules, and we have a fog of war thing going on here. So let me try and explain what all of that means. The way a region sum line works is that the sum of the digits along the line are the same within each box that line passes through each time it passes through that box. So just to give you an example, these three cells sum to the same as this cell, which sum to the same as this cell. Okay. Which is maybe a little bit upsetting, but the way it's possible for that to work is that there are doublers involved. And so in each row, column, and box, there is a doubler, which doubles the value of the cell it's sitting in for purposes of region sum lines. So although naively this could only be at most a 9, it could actually be as much as an 18 if I make this a 9 and put a doubler on it, like that, or however it is I decide to demarcate doublers in this puzzle. But you only get one doubler for every row, column, box, and numeric value. So once you've doubled a 9 once, you can't double a 9 anywhere else. And there is also our magic Fog of War stuff. And the way Fog of War works is that there are clues hidden beneath the fog. But the clues hidden beneath the fog we do not get to see until we place digits somewhere. See, people are telling me don't place a digit unless you're sure it's correct. Actually, I was doing the opposite. I was placing a digit because I was sure it was incorrect. Because I knew this could not be a doubled 9. And so I knew it would not reveal anything. But if you place the correct digit into a Fog of War puzzle, it will reveal stuff around it. So that is that. Let's see. Do we have any like promises about the way the clue works? Because often in Fog of War puzzles, you'll get something like, oh, the line doesn't branch, or the line only goes orthogonally, or whatever. Yes. I knew it could not be doubled 9 because this couldn't be an 18, and it couldn't be a 4.5 either. So I was quite certain that I was not going to accidentally break the puzzle by placing a 9 here. Although I am quite capable, even if I somehow had accidentally placed the digit, of saying that thing. Okay. Lines do not branch or cross, and each line crosses at least one box boundary. So those are the things that we get. Many people in chat seem to have solved this before, so I'm going to sneak this over here. And if someone in chat has solved this puzzle and has a better place to put this, then I recommend it, or I will move it appropriately. Okay. So the question to ask here, Spunk asked for the lore of the tree. So the lore of the tree is as follows. So way back, when Ranks started streaming, Ranks began a tradition. Oh, sorry, I have to do this the complicated way. 1 second. I'm getting a link for people who want a link. I'll occasionally do that. There we go. There's a link. Way back when Ranks started streaming, Ranks began a tradition of having a cell in each puzzle that people would guess what digit would go there. So Ranks would just sort of note that at the beginning, usually with a color, and then later with a circle. And then so when I started streaming, I did the same thing because people asked me to, and I was like, cool. And then when I would stream in Penpa, people would ask for a bet tree, and Penpa actually has this whole wide array of random looking shapes that you can use. And so, being the silly Zeta that I am, the random shape that I chose to use in Penpa was a tree. To do that, I'm getting a bajillion spam calls for some reason. And so then, after using tree in Penpa, whenever I used Penpa, Chameleon, who we all love and adore for all of his contributions to the Sudoku verse. I hope I got the pronoun there right. They, at least. They made me, just for me, a little bet tree applet. So there's a plugin that lets me put this into the grid. So that is the story. Although my version is customizable, so I can have like the Trans Pride one, which is what I usually do. But then I have a few other versions as well. Oh, thank you, Jack. Ooh, pink. That's nice. Yeah. So if people don't know what the deal with the purple hair is, the bet tree has moved. If you want to change your guess, when I was moving, I did a 24-hour stream to raise funds to pay movers and other such things. And I said if we raised a certain amount, I would dye my hair purple. Which I then did. However, not having done as much research into dyeing my hair purple as perhaps I should have, it came out in a way that was basically invisible. So one hint, if you have a lot of gray hair, just in case you're ever interested in this, permanent dye does not work well in gray hair. So this is actually semi-permanent, which works much better. But also, this time I also lightened my hair first. So if you noticed, if you pay attention a lot to the color of my hair went from dark brown to blonde to purple, so that the purple dye would show up better, both on the top part where my hair is not gray and on the sides where my hair is gray. So anyway, so that is why my hair is now purple. So thank you. Thank you to the support for everyone. Yeah, I tried for something a little more carnival cake, but that didn't show up at all because my hair is dark/white. So we decided to go for the technical title, or the technical term for this color is purple AF. That is the technical term for the color that my hair is, according to the company that makes it. If anyone would like advice on a purple hair dye, I have a recommended purple hair dye. Anyway, so it is very purple. So first things first, one of these is definitely a doubler. And so that gives me lots of cells that are definitely not doublers, which include all of these cells. So I need a way to mark that they're not doublers. I think I'm going to mark it with this light gray, which is maybe slightly confusing, but I don't think I'm going to need to pay a lot of attention to what's not a doubler in areas that are fog. And I think these two grays are different enough. I don't think it's going to be a problem. So one of these is a doubler, and the other isn't. The total of this line, yeah, we could spam X's and O's. I'm a little concerned about what spamming X's would look like over one of these lines. That was the only reason I wasn't spamming X's and O's. Yeah, I was noting that these are also not doublers for acute reason. As Jay Dyer points out, which is that one of these is X and one of these is 2X. Also, X is 4. But one of these is X and one of these is 2X. Therefore, these sum to 2X. And so they either literally contain the digit 2X or they contain a doubled X. But the doubled X is always over here. Because the doubled X needs to appear in this box. And remember, I can only double the digit X once. So these are therefore not doubled. But that means the sum of these three digits is an even single digit number. So as Dorlier says, it's 6 or 8, and it's not 6. And the reason why it's not 6 is because if it was 6, then I would need these to be a 3-6 pair, but I'd need these to be 1, 2, 3, and that's too many 3s in box 1. So what's actually true is that these are a 4-8 pair. And so these need to sum to 8 without using a 4, which means they need to be 1, 2, 5. But these are double 8. And so we get to bring out Zach for our famous 8 dance. Ba-doop-a-doop, whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop, whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop, whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop, whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop, 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 whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I'm not going to use green for is not a thing, because green to me means is a thing, not is not a thing. Yeah, so we know there's an 8 in this box. We know there's an 8 in this box over here somewhere. Ooh, Nico has become a windmill. Welcome, Nico, to the windmills. Let's get you a windmill dance. Boop-boop-a-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doo. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you so much, Nico. Greatly appreciated. Every time there's a line where I can sort of see what the line is doing, I'm going to sort of fill it in, just to sort of keep track. So now one thing I notice is that there are a bajillion D cells on this line, but this is a single digit. And so this had better be a doubler. So this is our first official is definitely a doubler, which gives us lots of official is not a doublers. So these are all not doublers. That is not a doubler. So we've got all of that. And so these two need to sum to a quite large number, but this could also be a doubler. This needs to get out of the box. But yeah, so the question is, what's the smallest this could possibly sum to? And the answer is 15, but we know it sums even because it's double this digit. So this digit needs to be at least half of 16, which means it's at least 8. But as Chad is saying, if it's at least 8, then because it's not 8, it's 9, which is appreciated. Let's see. Let us draw in those. So these sum to 18, but there's a doubler involved. And these sum to 18, and there must be a doubler involved because I can't get to 18 in 2 cells without a doubler. So this is a doubler now. And so that is going to grab me even more not a doublers. So otherwise, we have a problem. And so this digit's definitely even because the total is even and this digit's even. And it's not an 8, so it's at least, so it's 2, 4, or 6, but I'm going to guess a lot of those are not going to work. So if this was a 2, I would need this to be an 8. That's definitely not going to work. And so if this is a 4, I need this to be a 7. And if this is a 6, I need this to be a 6. Oh, that doesn't work either. Yes, if this is a 6, I need this digit to be a 6, which has a problem. So, in fact, this is a 4, and this is a 7, which now actually sorts out what's going on in this box up here. That's the doubled one. This is not doubled. None of these are doubled. Over down here, I can extend my line into the fog. Extend that like that. I now know there's a 7 in one of these 2 cells. Over here, for whatever that is worth. It feels like it should be worth something, but I don't quite know what. This cell can't be a doubler, so this line actually has to continue here. Because this line, right, this line, these two, or sorry, this cell by itself can't possibly sum to the sum of these digits because the sum of these is a minimum of 11. And so this line, even though I can't see it, it must extend in the fog to that cell because it's not done, and that's the only cell it could go to in this box without breaking the whole story. Okay. What else shall we? Should I think about what's really happening with all of this nonsense? I really don't want to, but I probably should. Yeah, let me write in what these digits can actually be. Because remember, these can't be 1 or 2 or 5. Oh, but Mark doesn't actually know about all the numbers yet. So they're not 8 or 1 or 2 or 5. So the minimum sum of these is 3, 4, 6, which is already what? That's already 13. Just by itself. So these need to sum to at most 5, which means these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and that one's not a 4 either. Now, what if I put a 9 up here? If I put a 9 up here, then I get 3, 4, 9 as my minimum sum. 3, 4, and 9 is 16, and I need these to sum to at most 2. That's not going to work. So these aren't 9s, and there is a 9 up here. So now, the point is, that if I make these a 3, and I'll explain this a couple different ways. If I make these a 3 or a 4, it actually creates a big problem. Because if I make these a 3 or a 4, it actually pushes up this sum to be too much. So, for example, if I make this a 3, now it makes these 4, 6, 7, which sums to 17 in of itself. So that's not going to work. And likewise, if I make this a 3, exactly the same problem happens. And if I make this a 4, it's still a bad problem, which is that 3, 6, 7 is already 16 plus 4 is too many. So these are a 1, 2 pair. Now, the other way to see that is that I have 5 digits whose sum is at most 18, but the minimum sum of those digits is 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so the way that people in chat are seeing this, and this is a perfectly reasonable way to do this, is to count the number of degrees of freedom that you get on that 15, which is that in order to go from 15 to 18, I get sort of three flex spots, if you want, 3 degrees of freedom, which means I can touch the 5, the 4, and the 3, but I can't touch the 2 and the 1. So I need a 2 and a 1, and they can only go there and there, is the upshot of all of this. Now, that doesn't tell me that this isn't doubled, because I'm certainly allowed to double the 1, for example. That won't break anything. Okay, so these sum to 3. So now these need to sum to 15. So I'm definitely not using 6 and 7. Oh, no, sorry. These don't necessarily sum to 3. That's the point. These sum to 3 or 4 or 5. And these sum, therefore, to at most 13. At most... Wait, did I get that right? Is it at most 13? Is it at least 13? It's at least 13, but that's already given, because 3, 4, 6 is 13. Okay. So we've got all of that sort of worked out for now. Hey, B, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So I think I need the 3 and the 4 up here, though, because if I don't use the 3 and the 4 up here, then the minimum sum of this is 3, 6, 7. And 3, 6, 7's already 16. That's too many. And I'm noting that because that means that these aren't 1, 2, 3, or 4. These are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you'll notice they're not 8. So the absolute minimum sum of these two cells is 11, which is fine. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. So so the doubler is in one of these 4 locations. I don't think the doubler is placed. Are people 100% sure the doubler is placed? Maybe it is, but that seems weird to me, because I swear I could double this cell. Can I really not double this cell? Maybe I can't double this cell. If I double this cell, it would be a minimum of 16. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I can't double that cell. Right. If I double this cell and add this cell, that minimum is 16, but a sum of 16 and 2 that doesn't have a doubler requires a 9. So I can't actually double this cell. So that is another cell that I cannot double. So I must be doubling one of these 2 cells, and so I can't double any of those cells. Now, if I double this cell, that's probably also going... Wait, sorry, no, that's wrong, sorry. This is probably where the doubler is. The doubler is here or here or here is where it currently sits. But I don't think I can make this a doubler either. Because if I double this, then that's going to be 6 plus 4 plus 6 at minimum. 6 plus 4 plus 6 is 16. Yeah, that's not going to work. So this can't be doubled either. So the 2 places where I can put a doubler are there and there. So none of these are doublers. Oh, but I can't double this either if I couldn't double that for exactly the same reason. Because if I double this, then I'm going to be at least 6 plus 4 plus 6 from those 3, and that's already 16, and then I have to make these add to 2. So, in fact, at long last, this is doubled. So none of these are doubled. If this is doubled too, I think chat much long ago told me it doesn't work. Because double 2 plus 1 would be 5, and I would need these to add to 15, which would be 3 plus 4 plus 8, and I don't have that as an option, so this has to be a double 1. Double 1 and 2 adds to 4, which means I need these to add to 14 with a 3 and a 4 and a 7. And so these are a 3, 4, 7 up here. These are not 7. What did I do? Did I do my math wrong? 4, so these need to add to 14. The total of the line is 18. Minus 4 is 14, which is a 3, a 4, and a 7. Oh, double 2 actually does work. Oh, double 2 and 1 would make it 13. Oh, which would be 3 and 4 and 6. Okay, sorry, I did that wrong. Okay. I understand. Double 2 does actually work. Okay. And it's funny because the digit were... Oh, no, we could be doubling the 8 up here. We haven't doubled an 8 yet. I was just thinking that, Jay, but we haven't doubled an 8 yet. And there is an 8 up here. So I think we could double an 8 up here without problem. So let's see. Garion thinks that I can't put a 9 on this line, which seems very plausible because of how box 5 is going to work. If I put a 9 and a 5 here, for example, I would need... And neither of these... So the point is... The real point here is that these two cells aren't 7 or 8. They both see 8 and... Sorry, they aren't 8 or 9. They both see 8 and 9. So that's not 7, that's not 4. So the absolute maximum sum of these two cells is 13. And so if I put a 9 here, the minimum sum is 14. It doesn't work. And so Garion's point is that this is a 9. Which now means that these 3 cells sum to 9 without a doubler. Which is interesting. We've got some more lines to trace. Like that. So we've got that. Okay. Yeah, so this line has 2 of 1, 2, 3 on it. Actually, I should probably do some like basic minimizing of this is at least 11, so there's never a 1 here. And because the maximum digit either of these can be is a 7, there's never a 2 here either. And so, again, the minimum sum... Sorry, the minimum sum here is actually even 12. So I'm certainly not getting that with a 3 or a 4. So these are only actually from 5, 6, 7. If I look at this over here. Yeah, no, sorry, the minimum is 11. Why did I get that? Why did I get 12? 5 plus 6, it's 11. Sorry, it's 11. Let me rewind. Okay, there still can't be a 2, still can't be a 3. But 4 is still allowed because I somehow added 5 and 6 and got 12. Or I added 5 and 7 is actually what I did, but I don't know why I added 5 and 7. Not for any legitimate reason. Yeah, it can absolutely be 11. I mean, maybe we can prove it's not 11, but I think it can be 11. So we have 2 1, 2, 3s in here. Oh, maybe not because of weird doublers. No, we've got 2 at least. 2 or 3 1, 2, 3s in here because this is a 3-cell sum to 9. So we've got some extra digits over here. Where's the 8 in this box going? I guess it could go down there. And the doubler in this box... Oh, sorry. The doubler in this box is already here. Oh, that's worth thinking about. Okay, these two aren't doubled. So the minimum sum here is 11. So these two need to sum to at least 11 as well. And so because these two sum to at least 11, they also can't be 2 or 1. So they need to be at least 3. And that one's not an 8. And so because this one's not an 8, this one can't actually be a 3, but I don't really care about that. Okay. Oh, yeah, these two lines were never going to connect. Was it actually possible? Maybe maybe they were allowed to connect, actually. You might be right. You might be right. Maybe it is possible. But it seems unlikely to me. But but maybe it's possible. You're right. I assumed it was impossible because in my brain I first concluded that these numbers were very large. But yeah, I'm not getting a sum to 9 out of all of these cells in here. So yeah, so these do not connect. Okay, so I know there's a 1 or 2 in these cells. Row 6, column 5, connect to row 5, column 6. No, that would be crossing. Okay. Got a 4 down here somewhere. These numbers probably aren't too big, but who knows? Let's see. These numbers are not 1, 2, or 5. 3, 6, 7, 9 sounds correct. There's an 8 and a 9 up here. Well, no, that doesn't mean this cell is not doubled necessarily. I can actually pencil mark these because these are also quite restricted because they're not 1, 2, 5, 3, or 4. So these numbers are actually all huge, which means this is not doubled because if this was doubled, it would be a big problem. And it also means that this cell is always very small because these 2 cells, or possibly a third cell, but that's not going to help, sum to 9. In fact, it's not a third cell because a third cell's already broken. And so this one is at least 3. Sorry, is at most 3. It's correct. That one's definitely not 9, I agree. It's not doubled and it's not 9. So these are an honest sum to 9 because if I made this line extend here, I would need these to be a 1, 2 pair, but they can't be because of the row. Let's see. Okay. Oh, there's a tiny sliver of blue here I'm supposed to notice. This is the thing I hate in Fog of War puzzles. This I very much do not like. I bet the next step requires that I notice this half pixel of blue that's hanging here that I definitely was not going to notice until Todd pointed it out. That forces this to connect over here. So that means that this stops here. At least in this puzzle, I'll say, at least in this puzzle, I will say that at least it's clear what it means when you see a small sliver of something, but I do not like the puzzle being contingent upon seeing that tiny sliver of blue. All right. 6. Looks right from a box. Right. Okay, that's smart. So Garion points out I have 7 corner marks that I should use to note that this cell definitely is not 7. And these are not a 6-7 pair. I know one of them is a 5. I can also mark because this one of the 6 and 7 is up here. People are correct. I did at least know that this stopped because I could have seen if it continued. I could have seen that. It's possible that noting this blue here is not actually necessary, but I've definitely done plenty of Fog of War puzzles where that kind of thing was necessary. Oh, wow. How on earth did that happen? Why can't this cell be 7? Oh, because there's a 7 there. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a hell of an observation by DWeb. This cell can't be 7 because the total would be 12, but I can't make these two sum to 12 in that universe because 5, 7 isn't possible because of this given 7. So this can't be 7. Whew, that is impressive as a spot that I would not have ever seen. So the total is actually 11, which means that there's no 6 up here, just like I told you before. So there's no 7 up there. And if these are 3, 4, 7, those total to 14, which means I need to double the 1 and have a regular 2. The fact that this can't be a 1 means that can't be an 8. So that's a 6. And just for the record, the doubler 8 is up here, which I'm going to denote by having the 8 in the corner, is just reminding me that I've accounted for the double 8. These are again not... oh, I've already marked those aren't. And now there's 2 1 2 3s on here because there's always at least 2 1 2 3s on a length 3 arrow. And so these numbers are at least 4. And as you'll see, there's lots of things that they are not, like 4, 6, 8, and 9. So these are actually a 5, 7 pair. Coming back over here. And so that 5, 7 pair is going to give us a 6 and a 3, which is going to give us a 5. So that's not a 6. And now this sum is 11. So because that's not a 6, this isn't a 5. It's not a 6. Now, I also saw some people claiming that 3 plus 6 is 9. So I'm going to use that fact as well. It's a little fancier than I usually like to go, but I'll allow it this time. So over here, we've got a 2 and a 4. And so 2 plus 4 plus 1 or 3, well, this has got to be a 1 then, is 7. And there are no doublers, so I don't have to worry about that. So that's 5 and 6 going on over there. I can extend my line. This is not 5 or 6. This is not 5. This line has only some digits left. None of which are doubled, for the record. There's a doubler down here somewhere. Probably now I'm supposed to notice a Sudoku thing. But I'm not going to notice the Sudoku thing. Oh, this connects. I see. That is that connects, and then it has to connect there. Okay, so the sum of this line is 12. That is slick. So the only way this is a 6 is if this is 6, 1, 2, 3, and there's no doublers on it. Otherwise, 12 is too ambitious. Certainly the largest thing I can put on a 4-digit 12 sum is a 6. So that's not 6. These aren't 1 or 3 either. So the 8 and the 9 do live over here. Oh, yeah, 6, 1, 2, 3 doesn't work because of Sudoku, DWeb points out, because the 1 and the 3 would be excluded from here, so I'd have to put the 1 and the 3 both there. So that's never a 6. Smart. So that's a 6. Okay, so here are 2 of 1, 2, 3, and so my 2 ways to make 12 without using any sort of doubler shenanigans are 1, 2, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 6. Oh, that's not a 6 anymore, for what it's worth. But I've got to think about how doublers work in regards to this, because I could do some unconventional 12 sum possibly with doubling this. Could this possibly be a double 2? Maybe that's what I should ask myself. Could this be a double 2? Yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4 works as double 2. Yeah, because I shouldn't assume it's going to be a sort of vanilla sum to 12. Okay. Yeah, certainly there needs to be a 1 on the line. That's still true, because if I don't put a 1 on the line, doublers only break things in one direction. So if I don't put a 1 on the line, the sum is still too big. So there's definitely a 1 on the line, and it's not here, so it's in one of these two cells, which says that that's not 1. For whatever that is worth. Yeah, the sum in this box went up because now the minimum sum over here is 12. And so a chat is pointing out now that the minimum sum in this box is 12, this can't be a 3 anymore. So this is a 4 or a 7. Now only. I know there's a 1 in one of these two cells. I'm just going to mark. So there's a 1 over here for whatever reason. Oh, we need the 8. That's smart. That's very clever. Yes. So if I don't use the 8, then these are 4, 7, and then I don't get to 12. I love that. Okay, so that's an 8. Agree with that. So we go boop, boop, like that, and whoop, like that. Okay, now this is a single cell version of a sum to 12, so this just is a 6 that's doubled. That's just given for all intents and purposes. So no big concerns there about what is happening. It sort of feels like we did this in the wrong order, because I feel like getting that this was a 6 was supposed to tell us that the 6 wasn't doubled up here, but we already knew the 6 wasn't doubled up here somehow. I feel like we probably did not do the intended path for this puzzle. Yeah, 7 in box 5 is either there or there. But this is a natural 9 line that doesn't have a 5 or a 6. And if there's no 5 or a 6, then these have to be 2, 3, 4, is Jay Dyer's point. Which makes that a 1, which makes that a 7. Which gives me some more of these. One of these is an 8. It's not going to be the one that's on the line. No, neither of those is an 8. Sorry, I'm trying to place an 8 in a box with an 8. There's not, in fact, an 8 there. Oh, when I tried to argue in a complicated way that this couldn't be 7, 7 was placed here by Sudoku. I now see. Thank you for the person who tried to communicate that to me. But then I instead of understanding the message, did something unnecessarily complicated. But, you know, sometimes you have to do things that are unnecessarily complicated or something. Okay, this is the sum of these two, which is the sum of these two. Oh, which is 9. Okay, this is a 9 because this whole line now connects. And so by magic, this is now a 9 because that's the sum of this whole line. And it can't be a 4.5, which means these are an 8, 9 pair. That's a 7. And now we get to use what I think is Jay Dyer's favorite trick out of all of this, which is that this can't be doubled because we know that the 8 is doubled up here and the 9 is doubled there. So these are both not doubled. And that's not doubled. So one of these two is doubled. And what is the thing that is doubled? Because it could be, let me just write it in. It could be a 2, a 3. It can't be 4. It could be 5. It can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So the thing that's doubled down here is a 2, 3, or 5. Oh, it could still be this, right? It could still be this, right? It's one of these 3 is a 2, 3, or 5 is all I'm really saying. Oh, these are supposed to add to 15. People want me to do like the rule of 45 to get this digit. That sounds painful. Let's see. Fine. So these are 15 plus 16 is 31 plus 8 is 39 plus 4 is 43. So this is a 2. The worst. No 2, no 2. Uh uh so we've got that. So these are some digits. They appear to be a 1, a 3, and a 5. I know that one of these two is a 1, which I'll just mark for future sake. Vertigen asks how I put the cells in the things. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as a key binding. There's a Tamper Monkey script by Chameleon that you can get that adds a button to Sudoku Pad. So it's not a native feature of Sudoku Pad yet, at least. I'm going to bet if you wait it out, it will just get added to Sudoku Pad on its own. But at the moment, you have to go through and install Tamper Monkey and install a script, which is kind of a pain. I think someone has written out all the steps for this somewhere, but I might be wrong. So I think people were asking about this line. So it can't be 3, 6. It could maybe be 4, 5 or 2, 7. Can't be 1, 8 though. So it's either 4, 5 or 2, 7. And this one's not 2 or 4. So this one's not 7 or 5. So we get a 2 or 4, 5 or 7 sort of business going on. And these two also add to 9. And are definitely also not 3, 6. They're also not 2, 7. And they're also not 1, 8. So these are 4, 5. So that's going to be huge. So this is 4 or 5. And so that's 4, and that's 5, and that's 2, and that's 7. And that's 3, and 2, and 4, and 5, and 1, and 3. And 5, and 1, and 2, and 7, and 3, and 4. And 4 down there. Okay, wow, we've got some progress. Those are 1, 3. Okay, so now there's no way that this is not a 2, right? If this is 1 and 3, so these are not doubled. So that's 1, 3, 4. These sum to 8. And so I need this cell to sum to 4 without using a 4. So it's got to be the doubled 2. So all the work I did calculating what doubler this could be, unfortunately, turned out to be for naught. But what can you do? This line does that. Like that. Okay, so... yeah, so one of these is a doubler. What is the doubler? Here probably is another time. Oh, we can just place the 5 in the column. Has 6, yeah, 6 and 9 have both been doubled. So this is not a doubler. Because 6 is doubled there, 9 is doubled there. So this is not a doubler. And therefore in this column, the only doubler that can exist is the 5. This is the doubler. So one of these two is our last doubler, I believe. Because one of these 3, no. Oh, yeah, I should probably do this, Garion points out. Because of that 2, that actually gave me that's the 8, and that's the 9, and that's the 9, and the 8 over there, which then actually tells me that this is the last doubler. And so we just know what it is. It's a naked 1, 2, it's a naked 3, right? So that's a 1 and a 3. These are a 5 and a 6 and a 7 and a 5. These are gray. These are gray. I'm just hiding the shame of the cells that that have now become white that don't have doublers in them. Just sort of putting them back in their comfort place. So we can mark over here. So these are 1, 3, 8. These are 4, 6, 9. Sure, I'll mark there. 2, 9, 7, 8. Okay. What about over here? Okay, this appears to be a naked 1. That seems to be what I should have been looking at. So we've got a 5 and a 9. This is not a 1 anymore. Yeah, so this is a 7 or 8 going with a 2 or a 9. I don't think 2 is going to work here. 2 and 8 is 10. Yeah, these are already summed to more than 10. So this is not going to be a 2. It's going to be the 9. So no 9 goes over there. So these are a 4 or a 6. One of those is the 9. That's not a 2. And now I again ask what the minimum this could be is by doing my magic. So the absolute minimum sum of this line is 2 plus 6 is 8 plus 6 is 14. Well, that's not really very useful because this can't sum to 14. But I think by parity, I should know... Oh, no, I don't even know by parity what's going on. I know that these are both even. So I know these two are opposite parity for whatever it's worth. I definitely believe 7 is too big. A few people are pointing out that if I try 7, it's going to not work. So 7 plus 6 is 19, and I can't do that. So that's going to place the 7 in the column. That's not a 7. That's a 7. There we go. And that will do it, because now we will have our 6 and our 9 and our 4 and our 6. And our 6 and our 9. And now I solve 16 equals 12 plus 4. Excuse me, the 2 and the 4. I can mark this last cell down here as an 8. And then our bet tree works out to be a 2. So congratulations to all the 2 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true, as always. Great puzzle, Oddly Even. I love Oddly Even puzzles. Why is the doubled 6 gray? Poor doubled 6. I have fixed it. It was never gray. You imagined it. It was gray to mark that it couldn't be doubled, I believe, is why it was gray. Yes, that was a wonderful puzzle. I really enjoyed that. And I don't think that this little corner bit that I was grousing about, I don't think that was actually part of the puzzle. I think we could have done it without noticing that there was the tiniest sliver of blue appearing over there. Jay Dyer had a good suggestion in chat, which is that if you want to use that, you can make the lines appear much thicker so that it really stands out that that is there. But anyway, very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that quite a bit. That was super smooth. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and then I will be back with, you guessed it, another puzzle. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, I didn't even credit myself with this puzzle. That is hilarious. This is the next puzzle in my this is the next puzzle in my doing the zetamath puzzles thing. So when I started setting, so like well within this phase, I had a basic policy that I would set a puzzle, and if I liked it a whole lot, I would put it on LMD. And if I liked it only a medium amount, I would put it on the Discord puzzle archive. This is the only puzzle, I believe, that I finished and tested and then just decided I would publish nowhere. So unless you dig through the zetamath.link catalog, you will just not find this puzzle anywhere. It has one cute step and then it's horrible. But I will tell you that that in fact this puzzle is unique with almost none of these arrows. But I could not human it without adding lots of additional arrows. So let's try it. So this was during my whole phase where I was making puzzles that didn't have regions or that had different kinds of regions. So the best of those is next, I can say. So it did lead to at least one good puzzle, which is Kropkiamenos, which we'll do, which will be the next puzzle. But for now, although I did consider just skipping this and not talking about it and hoping no one noticed, we can do this. So my favorite step in the puzzle is the first step, unfortunately, which is that this digit is the sum of these 8 digits. And so this digit had better not be an 8. For the funny reason that if this digit is an 8, it forces all of these to be 1s, but then Sudoku logically, this digit's also a 1. So that doesn't work. Yes. And so without octuplers, that's not going to work. So therefore, this digit is an 8. Therefore, this digit's a 9. Sorry, I then explained the wrong thing. So we can bring out Zach for our dance. Ba-doo-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo, wah-ha! Ba-doo-ba-doo, wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So all of these are certainly 1 or 2. And only one of them is a 2. DWeb somehow knows what row 5, column 5 is, which I don't understand exactly. If this is a 2, I rule 1 off of... No, if this is a 2, that could be a 1, right? Otherwise, the diagonal will eliminate 2 1s. Sadly, I don't think that's quite true. It means row 1, column 5 is 1. So this cell is never 1. I can at least believe that. Because if this cell was 1, it would rule 1 out of both of these and make them both 2. So this cell, I fully agree, can be pencil marked as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so therefore, if this is... Let's see, sorry. I'm trying to understand why people think this is a 2. I still don't quite understand why people think this has to be a 2. If this is a 2, I think the problem is I can't put a 1 anywhere on this diagonal. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's pretty complicated, but it's true. Yeah, if this is a 2, then I have to ask myself where the 1 goes on this diagonal, and the answer is nowhere. Is there an elegant way to see that? I hope there's probably an elegant way to see that. But if this is a 2, it doesn't work, because then all of these digits become 1s because of how math works. And this we already argued can't be a 1 because of it seeing both of those. So therefore, this is not a 2, it's a 1, which is the most useless deduction, but it's true. So we've got that. What does that tell us? Let's see. Do I know anything about this this thing? Yeah, probably thinking about this digit is probably better. So the question I think to ask is, can all 3 of these be 1s? If all 3 of these are 1s, hey, Celery, I saw you on Cracking the Cryptic the other day. Congratulations. If all 3 of these are 1s, then the minimum sum here is 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 2 is 9, which, dang it, just works. Only just, but it does, which is horrendous. Let's see. All of these are 1s. That still only makes this a minimum of 6. Every cell on the row 9 column 4 arrow sees a 1 either horizontally or vertically. These two do, at least. So these two are both never 1. Oh, no, that's right. Okay, yeah. Right. Okay, yeah, you're right. Right, okay, yeah, that's very, that is a very good spot. Okay, so the point is, all 4 of these cells, by virtue of living sort of down in this zone, I'm certain this is what I intended to spot. All of these cells, by virtue of sort of living in here, they see both. For example, this one sees that cell and that cell. This one sees that cell and that cell. This one sees that cell and that cell. And this one sees that cell and that cell. That means because there's only one none 1 along this arrow, these all see a 1. And so none of them are 1. And so these are a 2-3 pair. Oops, sorry, 2-3 pair. And these are 2 and 2, because that's the absolute minimum that this could be, because that makes it be 9. So that's a 1 and a 1. And that's a 1 and a 1. And that's not a 2 anymore. So we've now got only 3 spots for the 1. And now we can probably play exactly the same game up here. Because this now, none of these can be 1 either for the same reason. So this is at least from 6, 7, 8 for sure. Oh, this 2-3 pair I should fill in makes that a 1. So this is a 1-2 pair. So I should fill in the 2 cells that the 1-2 pair looks at as being 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because these are a 1 and a 2, so this can be neither 1 nor 2. And so this is at least 3, which now actually means that this arrow can't possibly sum to 6 anymore. These are each at least 2, and so 2 plus 2, I can make this at most 4 now. Very good. Okay, so Jay Dyer has an excellent spot, which is where does 1 go in column 9? It can't go in this circle because it's a circle of an arrow, and so it can only go here because there's 1s ruling it out of everywhere else. So that's a 2 and a 1 and a 3 and a 2. So we can do that. Now this cell is at least 3. And so now the minimum of this arrow is actually 3328, which is exactly what it is. So we got a whole bunch of that going on. So now what else do we have? Oh, if there's one more 1 left in the grid, yeah, we should probably place the 1 that's left in the grid. Okay, so this digit's at least 4. Yes, this is just a Latin square. So yeah, this digit's at least 3. If this digit's not a 2, this digit would be exactly a 7 with a 3 and a 4. Is there any interesting Sudoku on 2s? Let's see. Oh, that's a clever spot. So 2 on the diagonal always goes in one of these 2 spots, which strikes me as the sort of thing that I would have thought was cute back in the day when I was studying this puzzle. Because it rules 2 out of these 2 cells. So if I pencil mark these 2 cells, I can rule 1 and 2 out of them, because the 2 on the diagonal needs to go in one of these 2 spots. This certainly isn't a 3, 8, or a 9. It's certainly not a 7 or a 6, actually, either. So the only way this works is if this is a 4. So that actually, the 2 on the diagonal spot was the key, because now this is a 4 and a 3 adding to 7 is the only way that this works. So no 3 down there. We can go ahead and we can pencil mark this. So now in this row, neither of those can be a 2. So now that is the 2. So we can get rid of the green cells. Those are a 5, 6 pair, which means this digit is at least 7. No, at least... Oh, this digit is a 9 because that is now minimized. So this digit's at least a 5 now. And it's probably not an 8 or a 9, because I don't think this can be a 1 or a 2. This can't be a 2 even, so that can't be a 7. Oh, and this can't be an 8. Sorry, this can't be a 9. So, and this digit is at least 3. So now this is 3, 5, and 8 is the answer for how this works. So that is done. Okay, what about 8s on the diagonal? Are 8s on the diagonal getting tight at all? No, maybe not quite yet. What about 9 on the diagonal? Is 9 on the diagonal getting tight? There or there. I think 9 on the diagonal has 3 spots. Let's see. This is my football formations. You can tell how much pride I had by the fact that I didn't even title it. Only 3 2s left. Let's see. Do we know where the 2s are? I need a 2 in row 4, and it's placed. Oh, not quite. I need a 2 in row 4, and it can only go in one of these 2 places. And I bet it goes in this one. Because if it doesn't, both of these are at least 4. Oh, no, this could be 4. 4 is 8. The 2 in row 6, I am being told, is placed. Okay, I will take that. It's not there or there or there or there or there. This is not a 2 arrow. It doesn't sum to 2. There's not a 2 in the column. Aha, yes, very good. 2 is placed there. So now that does place the 2 in row 4, because now the 2 in row 4 really is actually over here because it can't repeat on the diagonal. And now there's only 1 2 left in the puzzle. Which is going somewhere, although I honestly can't for the life of me scan it. It looks to me like it's going there, but that's probably not right. Oh, it's there. It's there. Got it. Okay. Let's see. You've successfully found this. Okay, so now that probably makes this arrow interesting, because now both of these are at least 4. And this one is at least, both of them are at least 4. So they're each either 4 or 5, but this one can't be 5. So this one's 4. And so this is 8 or 9, as based on whether this is 4 or 5. let's see. I could do the row 6, column 5 arrow. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, so this is at least 4. This is at least 5. Yep. So 4, 5, 9. Uh, uh, well, I mean, you got to try stuff. And sometimes you try stuff and it doesn't work. But then sometimes you put it in your catalog anyway for some reason. Uh, uh, this is at least 5. And so it's 5, 6, or 7. And so this is 7, 8, or 9 based on that. Wow, Selena, 3 in row 7 is placed. That's true. Is that making 3 on this diagonal hard to place? 3 on the diagonal. I think 3 in the diagonal goes in one of those 2 cells. Hey, Isabella. Yes, I do have purpler hair than before. I think it's posh. Okay, Math Pesto has a good idea to combine these 2 arrows. Granted that this is a 5, 6, or 7. And so these 2 arrows sum to a minimum of 5, 6 is 11 plus 2 plus 2 is 15. So these 2 sum to a minimum of 15. And this one, so this one, oh, maybe this one could be a 6. Just. Annoyingly. Oh. Yes, people are correct. It can't be a 6 because you can't make these 2 numbers sum to 6. That would be a problem. So this is only 7 or 9. If neither of these are 9, it's tight, but not necessarily impossible. This can't be a 6 because it would make that 8, and that can't be 8. So this is not a 6. I agree. Let's see. Alima wants me to find 4 in the diagonal. Why am I getting a million spam calls all of a sudden? 4 is on the diagonal somewhere. Let's find it. It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. And it's not there. And so 4 on the diagonal is here. So we get to mark these. This is, oh. Uh-oh. It could have been there. I missed that it could be there. Oh, no. That's not even really what I wanted to do, but I'm just going to mark that these are... one of these is 4, and therefore this cell is not 4. That's the point. Yeah, one of these can be 4. So this is not 4, but I don't know that that really helps immediately. Let's see. Let us mark the rest of the grid and see if that helps. One of these 2 is 3. One of these 2 is 3. One of these 2 is 3, so this one definitely isn't. Did that help? In column 3, where is 9? Asks Micro. It is there. So I think the marking helped Micro spot that, so we'll claim it was worth doing. Let's see. Row 2 has a bunch of high digits here, which make a 5, 6, 7, 8 quad. So these are not 5, 6, 7, or 8. Those are a 3, 9 pair. Okay, so this is a 3 or a 9. Is that going to do anything interesting on this diagonal? Who knows? Let's see. 9 in column 8. Right, 9 in column 8 is in one of these two cells, both of which see this one, so this is never 9. And so now that's a 6, 7, 8 triple, which means that's a 9, which means that's an 8, which means that's a 4. So this is not an 8. These are a 7, 9 pair now. That's not a 7 or a 9. That's not a 7. That was good spotting. One of those two is a 4. Let's see. That's an 8, not a 4, not a 4, not an 8, not a 9, not a 4, not an 8. Funny thing is, I will have done this puzzle way more times than other humans have done this puzzle. Because I think I only actually had like 1 or 2 people actually do the puzzle, whereas I tested it multiple times. I wish I had just to show you the version of this that wasn't overclued, because my recollection hazily is that like 3 or 4 of these arrows are not necessary. I mean, like, a lot of my puzzles get solved by like 100 people. And so I've definitely not test solved most of my puzzles 100 times. Oh, we have a 9 X-Wing, right? There is a 9 X-Wing. Very good. Yep, this is an actual 9 X-Wing. Yes, I meant humans combined. So, like, I did technically inflict this on someone, but it was, I have personally, no, I have solved this more times than the rest of humans combined. 9 in row 8 now. Excellent. That's huge, because that's going to give me the 9. It's going to give me the 3 and the 9. Is going to make that not a 3. Okay. Why were these two highlighted again? One of them is 4. Oh, that has made that a 7 and that a 9, which seems huge. So that's a 7 and that's a 5 by maths. So that is a 6. That's a 6 and a 4 and an 8 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7 and a 5 and a 3. I will say this is a lot better to do with Sven and Mark than it was to do without Sven and Mark. So there's that. That's an 8 and a 7. It's a 4. That's an 8. It's a 3. It's a 5. Yes, thank you very much, Sven and Mark. That is an 8. Let me remark just to... there we go. Remarking has made clear that this is a 6 and a 5 and a 6 and an 8 and a 7 and a 5. And a 4, the 7, 6 and an 8 and a 7 and a 6. There we go. Woohoo. This would feel incredibly tedious without Sven and Mark. I'd argue it didn't feel incredibly untedious without Sven, or with Sven and Mark, but Sven and Mark definitely made it so the back part of the puzzle took 20 minutes less than it would have if Zeta had to scan all of that. Okay. Good. All right, so let's go and find something else to do. Let us do gonna be on micro studies best. This and football formations will be in the best one. I know. Oh, fascinating. Okay, so we have a like fake Windoku grid here. That may or may not require thinking about set. This looks suspiciously like this is going to require set, but we'll try it anyway. Okay, so this is Broken Pane by Tallcat. So we have just Killer and Kropke, and the Kropke are weirdly enough, although like no one would ever think this, but the Kropke are just saying the 2 cells are consecutive. Putting Kropke dots on the borders between cages tells me something else is going on, but nothing else is going on. It's completely normal. The can't wait for the crazy look ahead. Yeah, that is the usual Tallcat thing, is realizing that there's a thing going on. So there's definitely a 1 in here. I'm just sort of doing my usual marks. So 12 cages in 4 always have a 1 and a 2. 8 cages in 3 always have a 1. So the 1 in this column, or sorry, so the 1s don't go in any of these. Does a 24 cage need a 9? Why don't I have the killer calculator on? I'm going to put the killer calculator on, because otherwise I'm going to be a very sad Zeta. I am disappointed to learn that 24 cages do not always need to be a thing. Right. This can't be a 1 for sure. So we have a digit. Right. This can't be a 1 because that can't be a 2. So one of these is a 1, so neither of these is a 1. So this is a 1, and we have a digit. I was not expecting that. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Row 3, column 5 was the last cell of microstudy. Also, there's a 1 over here, and probably that can't be a 1 either. I'm going to take a wild guess because probably 24 cages. Oh, damn it. 24 cages can have a 1 in them. But the 12 cage definitely also has a 1 and a 2. Oh, those aren't the 1. 14 cage this can't be a 2 either, actually. Because if this is a 2, that would be a 1 or a 3, neither of which can go in a 14 cage. So now the 1 looks up here at these cells and says those can't be a 1. So this is a 1, so that is a 2. But now it's in a 24 cage where a bunch of other stuff is there, but there's still 2 options. So we've got that. Right. There's no 2 in these cells, Sayori points out, because of the 2 looking up. So these are actually a 3-4 pair now. And so now this digit's a 3 or a 4. No, not necessarily. Sorry, this is 1, 2, 3, 6, or 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay, these digits I'm just going to pencil mark in the dumbest possible way. They're not 7. Just so that I can note that this digit's always at least 4. So there's no 3 in this cage at all, is the point. So I'm glad I actually did that. There's no 3 in this 12 cage. So this 12 cage can't be 1, 2, 3, 6. It must be 1, 2, 4, 5. And this is not 1 or 2. So it is 4 or a 5. That one's not 1. Okay, and so that's not 8 or 9. That's 5 or 6. So that's not 5 or 6. It is 8 or 9. Oh, and we know that these aren't 4 because of the 3, 4 up there. So therefore, that's the 4, and that's the 5, and that's the 9. So no 5 there. I shouldn't speak too soon, but we might actually get by without using set. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this 24 cage needs a 9, though, and the 9 sort of peaks up here, so actually that 9 is placed. Several people in chat have noticed. So now these are either a 5, 8, or a 6, 7. Sure. This 13 cage, though, Dorlear claims is forced to be 6, 7 because it's not 5, 8, or 4, 9. I agree, it is 6, 7. Okay, sadly, we don't get a Windoku. I thought it was going to be a Windoku, but it is not. The other 13 cage is also 6, 7. I don't understand why. Can't it be that's a 9 and that's a 4? Or is there another 13 cage that I'm not seeing? Oh, because the 5 and the 9 are in the box. The 5 and the 9 are in the box. Yes, this 5 and this 9 are in the same box. So yes, this is 6, 7. Agree. They didn't look in the box to me. They looked out of the box. Okay. So does that force this 12 cage? Because the 12 cage isn't 6, 6 anymore, and it's not 5, 7 either. So this is 3, 9, or 4, 8, which gives us a virtual 3, 4 pair. And now I'm going to bet you that this can't be 8 or 9, because that would put a digit that's way too big in the cage. So this is a 3 or a 4, which means this is 2, 3, 4, 5, just for the worth of doing it. 9 in this row is in one of these 2 places for whatever that... Oh, sorry, one of these 3 places for whatever that is worth. There's a 6 and a 7 living in these cells. Let's see. Something like this can't be 1 or 2. I can mark that I know that this is from 2, 3, 4, 5, because those are the only digits that can go in an 8 cage. And these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because those are the only digits that can go in a 4-cell 12 cage. So we've got 5 of the 6 low digits in this column. And I know this one isn't a 6 because of the 6, 7 reading across. Okay. People are pointing out that there's a 5 in one of these 2 cells because of Sudoku. Because these are a 1, 2, 5. One of these is a 5, so this isn't a 5. And if that's not a 5, then this isn't a 2. And so, in fact, actually, there's no 5 in this cage at all. And so these 2 must be just a 3, 4 pair. And they must be a 3, 4 pair in that way. Okay, very smart. So that's a 3 and that's a 4 now. And that's a 4 and that's an 8 now. So we've now gutted 3 and 4 out of those cells. That's not able to be a 4 or a 2 anymore. So there's no 4 in this cage. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 6 cage. So there's no 5 in it in particular. So that's a 3. None of these are 5. These are 1, 2, 6 in some order. So that's not the 6 within this box. We've got that. One of these 2 is a 4. I'm going to record and forget immediately. Let's see. Okay, what about this row? What is left? Not 6 or 7. 1, 2, 3, 8 sounds correct. But there's a 1, 2 pair in this box, so this is an 8. So those aren't 8. So there's an 8 in one of these. Let's see. Sayori says this is forced, right? Because these 2 need to be 5, 8 or 6, 7. But they're not 6, 7 by the below. So this is 5, 8, actually. Okay, so there's no 5 in this 19 cage. I don't know if that's interesting, but I'm going to mark it. It is not at all interesting. There's no 4 in it either. So there's definitely a 9 in it. I'm now learning. By the way, this is just from the killer calculator. This is built into Sudoku Pad, I should mention. You can just go in the settings and scroll until you see something that says turn on killer calculator. There you go. And it will give you this, so you can keep track of these things. And so this now needs a 9, so the 9 goes there. So one of these 2 over here is a 9. And these 2 are either a 2, 8, which they're not, so they're 3, 7. And we know the order. Because of that, up there was the point. So that's a 6 and a 7. I think we already know it's not a Windoku because there's a 5 in one of these. So it's not going to end up being a Windoku because there's 2 5s in this window. See, Mr. Don wants me to look at this 21 cage. That's probably a good idea. See, it needs an 8 or a 9. And it can't have both an 8 and a 9. No, it could have both an 8 and a 9. Can't be 8, 7, 6. Right, it can't be 8, 7, 6 because it would create an 8, 7, 6 quadruple in this column. So this is never this version, is Mr. Don's point, which is very clever. Because if it were 8, 7, 6, I would make 8, 7, and make 4 of the digits in column 2, 8, 7, and 6, which does not work. So now it always has a 9, and that 9 definitely goes there. And now that places this 9 over here. And now these are 4, 8, or 5, 7. And that's not the 8, so that's not the 4. And now that definitely gives me a virtual 5, 8 pair in the row. Does this need a 9 in it? Oh, it doesn't have a 9 in it. Because now the 9s look at that, is what Lakia is pointing out to me. So there is no 9. So there'd better be an 8. The 8 is over in one of these two cells. And so let's see. Are there any other digits that are interesting here? There's definitely a 7, but Lord only knows where the 7 goes. Oh, there's also no 3. Crazily enough, yeah, the 3s look at it. Whoever would have thought I'd be interested that a 4-cell 24 cage didn't have a 3, but you never know. Surprises in every day. So this is a naked 5 once you do your killer calculator stuff. I really appreciate the killer calculator, by the way. It is one of the many niceties that has made doing Sudoku vastly more pleasant than it used to be. These are a 7, 8 pair, so that's a 4. So that's a 7 and a 5, so that's an 8 and a 5. So that is a 6 and a 7. So that's an 8 and a 7. So that's not a 7 or a 6. So these are a 6, 7 pair now by Sudoku. Sorry. So these are the other things pair. These are a 5, 9. That is not a 6. That is not a 7. So there were some random Wendokus floating around, and some random none Wendokus. Okay, and so we can fill in all of these, and then MicroStudy will tell us that that's the 4. And so that's the 4. So we have that. If this were a 3, these would be a 1, 2, 3 triple. Oh, I didn't fill in the rows. That's why it didn't work. There we go. Oops. There we go. If I filled in the rows as well, that would have helped a lot. And then we can probably just chase from here. 2, 3, 8, 2, 1, 6, 8, 9, 2, 3, 6, 9, 2, 1, 5, 8, 4, 2, 6, 9, 5, 9, 6, 1, 7, 6, 7, 8. And now I've got to mark the border, of course. Yep, it looked like it was going to be set, and I braced myself and prepared myself to do a set proof, but then there was no set needed. And the bet tree is again a 2, so re-congratulations to all the 2-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes again come true. And yes, I don't have the 3 confetti in the corner enabled. I am aware of that. It pains micro, so I had to turn it off. As funny as it is when it appears in a like 12 by 12 Philomeno when it happens. All right. Let me take a quick break, and then I'll be back with another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back. Oh, I guess this will look a little better in Penpa. So, one thing I really like is a lot of setters will post these little 6x6 packs. We've done a couple of those by Playmaker, at least one by Codec, although I think Codec makes them 7x7. So we're going to do a Playmaker one. Now, I see that this one is rated as 3 stars. However, it was published 2 months ago and does not have 10 solves, which suggests to me that Playmaker accidentally failed to specify the difficulty, and it's actually 5. That is my guess as to the meaning of what is happening here, because this combination is not the combination that you should see on a 3-star 6x6 pack. So we'll go ahead and do this. So it's basically going to be these. I think the rules should be attached to each puzzle, so we should be able to sort of go puzzle by puzzle. So we'll look at the CTC app. Hopefully there will be no puzzles featuring these like weird killer cages that you build that crisscross each other, which I may have had some lingering trauma from that stopped me from doing Playmaker 6x6s for a while. Let me turn off the row column labels. Remind me to put them back on. But there are a number of these packs floating around in the bucket, and what always happens is that I go and look at one and go, oh, I'll do that one, and then look and see like, oh, I don't have enough time to do it, and then am sad. So hopefully there will be enough time to do this one. Okay. A clue outside the grid indicates either the sum of the digits before the digit 2 or the sum of the digits after the digit 5 in its respective row or column. It's required to deduce which clue is which type. Before 2 or after 5. Okay. So before 2 or after 5. So what are we doing with this? So I wish we had like 2 clues that opposed each other or something. Mr. Don says it's the when will the cable guy arrive puzzle. Yes, the very much so. 2 in column 3. Then Kurban. I agree with Selena. No sum has both a 2 and a 5. Because we're either excluding the 2 or excluding the 5. Is 11 difficult to get to then? I don't think so. I don't think 10 is particularly difficult to get to either. I was trying to like rule certain cells out of being 2 and 5, but it's with this weird rule set, it's not even easy to rule a cell out of being 2 or 5. Because I could put like a 2 here and then a 5 over here, and then or sorry, a 5 there. Yeah, there's probably something more elegant than a giant nested if chain. Probably. Is it something like where the 2 and the 5 go in this box being restricted somehow? Okay, so Garion is looking for the 6th clue here. So if it's before 2, why couldn't it be 152? Because the thing I was thinking of, Garion, was this. Then that this is a before 2 clue that would make this work. Unless that immediately breaks because of the fact that it's going to do something to the 8. But it seems to me like it would allow that combination. Yeah, the... Oh, yeah, and the 1 and the 5 could be switched even. That's true. I just picked a version. Yeah, the 11 is always at least 2 cells long. So something. Can the 9 and 11 both be before or both be after? I mean, if they're both before or both after, these 2 cells are a 2-5 pair. No, that's not even true. If they're both before... Sorry, that's the thing I keep... trying to think. Let's see, DWeb says this can't be 5. If this is 5, it's definitely a before in this direction. So it would have to be 1-4 or 2-3. Oh, sorry. DWeb actually meant this. If this is a 5, it just doesn't work. This cell's definitely not a 5, because it can't be after 5, and it can't be before 2 either. Yeah, so it can't be before 2 or after 5 in this version. So this cell I can at least write down is not a 5. So looking in this direction, looking down, it's not a 3-cell sum to 9 here. MicroStudy thinks this looks better. We could do both. There's no reason we have to pick only one. Let's see. But that's the fact that this isn't a 5 seems important. Yeah, this is at least a 2-cell sum. So it could be down there or up here. Either way is fine. Yeah, 452. I don't think there's anything wrong with 452 that I can see, at least not without things. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I don't even think it has to be a 2-cell sum. I think it could be a 3-cell sum. Okay, so why is this not 5? If this is the 5, oh right, because if this is the 5, then it breaks both ways. Okay, yeah, that's true. So if this is the 5, I can't do after 5. And I can't do before 2 either, because I'd have to put the 2 on one side or the other and both break. So this is never actually a 5. And the only way this is a 5 is if this is exactly a 2. If this is a 5, does it break this 11 clue? Because if this is a 5, it can't be an after 5 clue, because the only 2-cell 11 sum is 5, 6. So could it be a before 2 clue? I don't think it could be a before 2 clue either. Oh, I could... No. There's no 4-cell sum to 11 that could be before the 2, because it would need to involve the 2. I don't think this can be a 5. Do people agree this can't be a 5? I think this just can't be a 5 for similar reasoning. Okay, so we've really got this ringed in now. We've got this down to 5 candidates, and we've only got a tri-local spot for the 5. We can probably just hit mark and finish it from here, I'm guessing. Okay. So is it now interesting to note that one of these 4 cells has to be a 5? Or is there anything, can I start corner marking 2s in this box or something that will cause problems? Should I corner mark 5s in the other boxes as well? Maybe that would be helpful. That seems helpful, potentially. People think the 11 is never after 5. It's got to be before 2. So if the 11 was after 5, it would have to not involve a 5. And so, yeah, right. So it would have to not involve a 5. The 5's certainly not there. It's not there. The 5 would have to be at least there, but a 4-cell 5 sum to 11 involves a 5. So, yeah, so I agree the 4-cell... The 11 sum is a before 2 sum. So it could be before a 2 here. So basically the point is there's a 2 in this box in one of these 4 spots. Over here. So the 9 can't be a before 2 sum. Right. If the 9 was a before 2 sum, then where's the 2 going? Wait, couldn't the 2 go here? Why couldn't the 2 go here? The 2 in column 3, I think, is in... Oh, right. But we know that this is a before 2 sum. So because this 11 is a before 2 sum, that's definitely not the 2. And that's definitely not the 2. So actually, the 11 in this column, or sorry, the 2 in this column is actually just in this box, right? I think that's the upshot. So this isn't 2 either. Yeah, so the 2 is in box 3. Agreed. Jay Dyer said it much more elegantly than my way of doing it. 5 not in row 3, column 1 now. Ah, right. So now if this is a 5, that can't... Right, if this is a 5, this would have to be a 2, and it can't be. So that's not a 5. So we can now happily corner mark 5 over here. Okay. We're going to give these colors. So before 2 is going to be pink, and after 5 is going to be green. That might be the only one we know. I think this is the only one we actually know what it is, but I'm going to mark that. Why can't this be a 1, 4, and a 2? Let's see. So yeah, so this is before 2. Be 2 with a 5, 6 up there. Let's see. Michael believes this can't be 2. So how am I making... So if this is a 2, I guess Michael's question is, how am I making 9? So... Because 9 would have to be an after 5, and it couldn't be a 3-cell 9, because every 3-cell 9 involves a 2 or a 5, weirdly. So it'd have to be a 2-cell 9, and so it'd have to be 3-6. So I think if this is a 2, this has to be 5-3-6 exactly. The vertical 9 is after 5. Right, because of the... Right. Agree. Before 2 would be too early or too late because of the fact that those aren't 2, right? So this is definitely after 5. Right. This is after 5, and I certainly can't put the 5 there, because then I need to put a 9. So this is the 5, right? Because this is an after 5 clue, this is the only place the 5 can go. So we actually have a digit now, crazily enough. And these two have to be a 3-6, right? Isn't that the only thing they can be? I think these can only be 3-6 now, because the 2-cell sum to 9, that's not 4-5. So sorry. So this is not 3 or 6. It's now 1 or 4, which is really suspicious. Because now this wants to be 2 with a 1-4 in front of it. Digit dance. Boop-boop-a-doo. Wah. Boop-boop-a-doo. Wah. Boop-boop-a-doo. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. If this isn't a 2 with a 1-4, is there anything else it can be? Can it be a 5 with a 2-3 after? I think it might be able to be a 5 with a 2-3 after. So weirdly, in all instances, 1 and 4 are up here in this box. So 1 and 4 are always down here in this box. That's dumb. Okay, so we've got these digits, which are not a 3 or a 6, please. Not a 3 or 6. So these are from 1 to 4. I don't know if the 1-4 thing is going to be at all useful, but it amused me. If this is a 2, does it break the 6? No, I think it just makes that a 5 and a 6. Let's see. Okay, so this digit... Oh, I was going to say this digit can't be a 2, and I think that's true. Because I think the fact that this 3-6 pair goes this way, I think means this can't be a 2 and be a before clue, but I don't think it can be an after 5 clue either, because the 5 would have to go there, and then I don't have any way to do this. So the 2 in this box is definitely in one of these 16 cells. Oh, but I already have a 2 corner marked in this box. So unfortunately, although I think it's something, but that 2 now looks up at these corner marks and now says one of these definitely is 2. So it indirectly helped me notice something that I should have noticed already, but didn't. I don't think this can be a 2, though. I think that might break 2. Because if this is a 2, I have to make this row an after 5, and I don't think I can. Because if this is a 2, how am I making this an after 5? Oh, yeah, it certainly was something I could have noticed just by pencil marks. I was just saying it helped me notice something that was true by pencil marks. But I don't think this can be a 2. Because I'd have to make it after 5, but I can't make an either 2-cell or 3-cell sum without it being 3-6 or 4-5 or having a 2 in it. It's somewhat complicated, but true. 1, 4, 5. 4, 5 is what's left. So now there's a 2 over here. If this was a before 2 clue, I could have 2 with 1, 3, 5 over here. And I think that would be okay as far as I can see. Or it could be after 5 and be 1, 2, 6. So this digit is always a 6. Is that right? So either these are 1, 2, 6, in which case that's a 6 by Sudoku, or these are 1, 3, 5, in which case that's a 6 by Sudoku. So this digit's always a 6, regardless of whether this is before or after. Yeah, J40 also agrees. It could be 2, 3, 4. Oh, crap. Do 2, 3, and 4 also add to 9? That's very upsetting, because it could be 5, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it can be with 2, 3, 4. Oh, so now Garian's point is this can't be 2 anymore, because if this is 2, these sum to 13 and these sum to 8, but they can't sum to 8. That's really clever. Okay, so if this was a 2, then the clue would tell us, because remember this clue's pink, which means before 2 for whatever reason I thought that was a good idea. These would sum to 11 plus 2 is 13. These would sum to 8 by the magic of 21. And so these can't sum to 8, so therefore that's not the 2. Fun fact, when I needed to choose a course number for my Sudoku course, I originally wanted it to be 145, but for various institutional reasons, I could not make it 145. So I made it 121 instead. Anyway, this is neither here nor there, but I need these to sum to 8 now. And so I need these to sum to 8 without using a 2. So these need to be 1, 3, 4 and don't involve a 5. Oh, I guess the easy way is that these need to be 5, 6. Is the easier way to do this, and that's a 3. And so these are a 1, 4, and a 6. For whatever reason. But this one, I've already said, can't be 1 or 4 because of the weird deduction in this row. And so the weird deduction in this row actually places the 6. And so now this is definitely a before 2 clue. Maybe it's both, but it's at least a before 2 clue, which is pink. And so these are 1, 2, 4. These are 3, 5, 6. Let's see. This could be a 5, and this could be a 3 and a 6 adding to 4. You don't know what these 3 and 6 want to add to, Micro. They can add to whatever they want to. Okay. This 1, 4 pair has made this a 5. And if this is a 5, it's not an after 5 clue. So it had better be a before 2 clue. So we better have a 2 real soon. Because if we don't have a 2 real soon, we're going to have a problem. Also, 5 plus 6 is too big. So that's a 3, and that's a 6. So that's a 1, and that's a 4. These are a 4, 6. These are some other nonsense. Probably they're 1, 3, 5 because 6 by 6s are roped, but I wasn't thinking about that when I was filling it in. Okay. So if this is a 6, that breaks the 6 clue, I'm being told. Couldn't it be 6, 5, 2, 4? That's true. Selena, I agree with Selena. 10 can't be before 2 because the 2 can't go there, And the 2 can't go here because then it would need to be a 4-cell sum, but that would involve a 2. And a 2 here would be a 4-6, but it can't. So this is an after 5 sort of clue. And that 5, it better not be a 5, because if this were an after 5 clue and that was a 5, these would need to be 4, 6, but that would break. Also, I'd better not put the 5 up here if I'm doing an after 5 clue, because then I have to do a 1 or 0 cell sum to 10, which is going to be a problem. So the only place in the column the 5 can go is there, but now this needs to be a 6 because I need these to be a 4-cell sum to 10, which needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's no doublers in this puzzle. No 5, no 4, no 3s. These are 1, 2, and 4. So there's no way. Oh, this could be after 5 if it's 1, 3, 4. Dang it. This can be after 5. Can it possibly be before 2 now? No, this can't be before 2 anymore. This has to be after 5. Because if this is before 2, I have to put the 2 there. But now I need these to be 1, 3, 4, and that's not going to work for all kinds of reasons. So this has to be an after 5 sort of clue. Which means that had better be the 5, because I'm not making my clue any longer than that. So that's a 1, a 3, a 1, a 4, and a 2. Playmaker is one of those setters where I feel like you could pick a Playmaker puzzle like out of puzzles very easily, because this is a very Playmaker-y sort of puzzle. So this can't be a before 2 anymore, because the 2 would have to go there or there, and neither of those is going to at all work. So this has to be an after 5. Which seems to be the green one. My coloring is working spectacularly because I still can't remember whether green or pink is before or after. So we need to decide whether this is 5 with a 1, 2, 3 over here, or is it 5 with a 2, 4 over here. I think in either case, there's either fine. No, it's not quite. Row 2, column 4 is clearly not 5. 5, 1, 2, 3 doesn't work. 6 is not from 1, 2, 3. Oh. For the love of God. Yes. There is a small problem with making these 3 cells a 1, 2, 3 triple. I think I probably over pencil marked this and just there were just so many pencil marks. I just assumed this could be a 1, 2, 3 triple, but this can very much not be a 1, 2, 3 triple. As people point out, if I make this a 5 and I make this a 6 and I need these 2 cells to sum to 0, which is going to be a problem. So this is not going to be a one of those. And so now that's the 5 and the 2 and the 4. Like that. And so 1 and 4 and 1 and 3 and 6 and 2 and 6 and 1 and 4. Woohoo. And we only spent almost 30 minutes on part 1 of this 6-part series. So Godspeed to us. That was very cute, though. I liked that a lot, even if it was slightly insane. All right, but we have more. Oh, bye, D-Web. Have a good day. Yeah, that felt like a 4 to me. Felt like Selena wonders if we're going to need to look up atomic numbers. We might need to look up atomic numbers afterwards. I'm not sure. A gray square contains an even digit. I hope the gray squares have names. A gray circle contains an odd digit. A digit in a white circle. A digit in a white square indicates the number of cells surrounding it, up to 8, that contain the same odd-even parity. Digit in a white circle indicates the number of cells surrounding it, up to 8, that contain a different odd-even parity. Okay, so square means same. Circle means opposite. Why did you use square and circle when you use square and circle above? That's horrible. Not all white squares or white circles are given. Uh, yeah, square is same, circle is different, but also square is even and circle is odd. So we will use our usual blue for even, orange for odd sort of business. So this is 2, 4, 6. This is 1, 3, 5. This is at most 3. This is at most 3. This one is always a 2, right? I think this cell's always a 2. It's counting the number of digits that are circle is same or circle's different. Wait, is circle the same or different? Circle is different. So if whatever this is, there are 3 digits of different parity that are scattered around here. So circle is different. So this is definitely a 3. And we can do our 3 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Also, fun fact, 3 is odd. So there we go. Okay, so this being a 3 would be a really big problem, actually, because if this is a 3, it's saying that all 4 of these digits are odd, which sounds bad, right? That is what this would say, right? Square is the same. Yeah, square is the same. So yeah, if this was 3, it would be saying that all of those are odd, which does not work. So these are a 1-2 pair. So these are a 3, 4, 5, 6 oople. This one's definitely not a 6. Even this being a 5 is a really big problem, actually. Because if this is a 5, then what is going to go wrong is that it's going to make all of these odd, and that's going to be too many odd digits. So this is only a 3 or a 4. So I'm always going to need one of these at least to match parity with that digit, but I don't know how many of them yet. Naively, this is at most 8, and this is at most 8, so I should fill those in. This is at most, and again, this one can't get to 5, because if this one was 5, it would put too many odds in the box. So this one is actually at most 4, but I know it's not a 3. MicroStudy claims that putting 7 or 8 in the boxes will be a problem. Oh, right. If I make these an 8, I'm going to have to put too many evens in the box. It's the same problem with the 5s over there. I bet there's a pigeonhole principle argument that this can't be 7, too. Let's see. Jim has a point. This is... yeah, so if this is... So Jim is noting that regardless of what this is... Okay, what is this? Okay, so if this is a 1... Sorry, I'm trying to unwrap Jim's point, and I just have to talk through it. If this is a 1, it's saying that there are 2 evens around here. And if this is a 2, it's saying there are 2 evens around here. So it's always saying both of these are odd. Is that the point? Because... No. If this is a 1, there's 2 odds around here. And if this is... Right, it's different. Circle is different. So what I said was exactly backwards. If this is a 1, it's saying that there are 2 odds around here. And if this is a 2, it's saying that there are 2 odds around here. But that doesn't mean I've always used all the odds. Sad. I was thinking I was going to get something nice about these. But I don't think I get anything nice about these. Let's see. Oh, right. Okay. I see. Okay. So the point is, I always need 2 odds in these 3 cells. That's the point. I was trying to get something about these by computing these, but that's not what's going on. The thing that's going on is actually this. If this is a 1, then there's only 1 even and it's that one. And so these are both odd. And if this is a 2, then there need to be 2 odds and it's these 2. So these 2 are always both odd. That's the point. So no 4 or 6. This is 1, 3, or 5. Okay. So now this being a 3 would make all of these... No, this being a... this can't be a 4 anymore. Because this square is counting the same. And so... Boy, the square circle thing just screws me up so bad. But the 4 is counting same. And so if this was a 4, I'd be saying there's 4 evens in these cells, but there can't be. So this is, in fact, 3. So 3 is odd. So that is 5. So these are both even now, just by pencil marks. This is not 3 anymore. And this one's not counting anything, I will remind myself. 5 by Sudoku goes here, MicroStudy points out, which is genius to think to do that in this puzzle. So this isn't a 1 anymore. One of these is a 6, so one of these is a 6. I don't know if I really want to pencil mark that. Row 5, column 1 sees all the odds. Oh, my MicroStudy knows the way to my heart. To note that this cell sees 1, 3, and 5. Also, I can put on row column numbers. Let's see. So maybe I should think through the cases of this and see if there's anything interesting. This is a 2. This is 1 even and 1 odd. And if this is a 1, this is 1 even and 1 odd. So the point is this is always 1 even and 1 odd, right? Because if this is a 2, I need exactly 1 even and 1 odd in here. And if this is a 1, I need exactly 1 even and 1 odd in here. So I'll draw my Mr. Menace parity line to indicate that these are always an even and an odd. And therefore, these are always an even and an odd. Which I guess I also could have gotten out of this 3. But that means these are an even and an odd by the box. So we should contemplate whether this can really be any of these numbers. So if this is a 4, I'm saying there are 4 odds around here, of which 2 of them are going to have to be here, which is not going to work at all. Good spot. So these are a 1, 2 pair. So these are a 4, 6 pair. So one of these is a 2 somewhere. Now this really sets off my Y-wing alert system. If this is a 1, then it probably is going to make all of these even, and that's going to be too many evens. That sounds plausible. Because, yeah, if this is a 1... No, if this is a 1... Sorry, exactly opposite. If this is a 1, it's going to make all of these odd, because that's the one that's different. So this is always a 2, and that's a 1. So this is a 4 or a 6. This isn't a 2 anymore. That's not a 2 anymore. Oh, this is a 2 now, which is even. Although it being a 2, I think didn't tell me anything that was not already told me by the parity. Oh, no, it does tell me something, because now these are both odd because of the parity line. Because That's 2 evens. The third even is there, so those are both odd now. That's all the odds for the column, so that tells me that this is even. Don't tell me I could have done that from box 6. That would be excessive. Let's see. Now this can't be a 7, because if you look at it, there's 8 total cells around here, but one of these is definitely even. So if this was a 7, I would need all of these to be odd, which would put actually 5 odds into this box. So this being a 7 is not going to work. So we're down to the digits that could plausibly be in the 6x6 puzzle. This can't be a 1, because if it was a 1, there's already 2 odds there. That's very good. Let's see. Yeah, if I only had an odd pencil marked in this box, it would help. Because then I could make the same argument about this one, but I don't think I quite can yet. Let's see. Row 4, column 2. Oh, that's probably a good idea. So I love how Mark helpfully noticed that 7 is one of the digits in this puzzle. Thank you, Mark. So I know that this is an odd and an even. So when I'm counting, I definitely count 1, 2 around there, and then these over here. So I'm counting to 2 already, and then I probably need to get some more up there. If this is a 6, that would mean all 4 of these were the same parity. That's never going to work. I really didn't think pencil marking these 7 and 8 would lead to the amount of joy that I have gotten out of this. Let's see. So if this is, I mean, it says specifically up to 8 in the rules. So at most 3 of these are the same. God, I have to keep track of the same, different. So this is counting different. So if this is a 5, I would be saying there's 3 evens in these cells. That looks okay. If this is a 4, I would be saying there's 2 evens in these cells. That looks okay. If this was a 2, I would be saying all of these cells are odd. That's not going to work well. Wait. No, that's... No. If this is a 2, I would be saying all of these cells are even, which works equally poorly. That's not a 2. So 2 in row 4 is just placed here, which means that that's orange, and is a 1 or a 5, and I can get rid of my parity line. So one of these 2 is 2. I would love another of those magic cells that sees all the odds and all the evens. So this is one of those things where it's going to work out either way, right? Whether this is a 4 or a 5. Right. Okay. So people are pointing out that actually I know a lot more about this than I used to, because these are both odd. And so actually the only way that this could possibly be, the biggest it could be naively now is 6. But if it is 6, then that is that. So, okay. So Selena has gotten the 6 and the 7 out of that cell. Okay. Is even 4 a challenge? Maybe 4 is okay. What about this one? So No, we proved it couldn't be 7 this time, Micro. That one was actually an easier proof than that this one couldn't be 7. 6 seems tight because I know that I see 2 odds already in these. So I would need all 5 of these to be even. Yes. In order for this to be a 6, I would need all 5 of these to be even because I've only seen 1 even in these 3 cells. So that's not a 6. Okay, so that was excellent. Now it's possible that Playmaker wants me to think about the fact that the digits in these two things are related. But I don't know if I'm up for that. I may have worn myself out proving that this cell couldn't be 7. It was a little tricky. Or maybe that these two are related. Like, is it a problem if these two are a 4-5 pair? Oh boy, that's going to break my head to think about. Someone in chat just tell me it's a problem if these two are a 4-5 pair so I can write 3 into this cell. That would make me happier. Let's see. So if this is a 3, it would be saying that there's 1 odd here, 1 odd here, and exactly 1 odd in all of the remaining cells over here. So if this is a 3, yeah, so exactly 1 odd in all of these cells. Would that be a problem? So there'd be a lot of evens. If this is a 5, then that's also a 5. Is that interesting? Force row 3, column 1 to be odd, but it sees all the odds. Okay, so if this is a 3, let's go back to this. So if this is a 3, that means it sees 3 total evens. One of them is there. No, if this is a 3, it says 3 total odds. So 2 of them are there. So only one of all of these cells could be odd. This cell, in that case, Garion has spotted, would be even because it sees 1, 3, and 5. And so only one of these could, 2 of these would have to be even, and then that would mean my 1 odd would be in here, and both of these would be even. Okay, let's see. If this is a 3, then it's surrounded by evens in its box. You can't put 5 in the box. Okay. So that sounds very clean from Jay. So if this is a 3, it's saying this thing sees 3 total odds. Well, it's definitely seeing 2 odds there. And these can't all be even because there's already an even in the row. So it would see its 3rd odd there. These would all be even. But now the problem is that 5 can't go anywhere in the box. So this is never a 3. That was a very clean spot to Jay. A lot cleaner than some of the 7 arguments earlier. Let's see. So can I get more out of the fact that I know that these are like an even and odd? Maybe not. Let's see. If this is a 5, it'd be a 2 there. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so at least 1 odd. So if this is a 5, these are both even. If this is a 5, all three of these are even. Because if this is a 5, all of these cells see every odd digit. So if this is a 5, it's saying there's 5 odd digits. It's saying all of those are odd, which breaks. That's cute. Yeah. So yeah, this is not 5 because it would make all of these even and break the count. So that's not a 5. Okay. Selena says if that's a 4, then everything is even and there's no even in column 1. Which that are we talking about when we say if that is 4? Because all of these could be 4. Row 2, column 3. Okay, so if this is a 4, then I could see 2 evens down here, and I would need to see 2 more evens up here. And so both of these would be odd, but that's too many odds for the box. Or sorry, that's too many odds for column 1. Right. Okay, so just to go over that again, if this is a 4, then I need to ask myself, I can see at most 2 evens here and at most 2 evens here. So I have to see all of those things exactly. And so that in particular, because this is a 4 and there's 2 more evens, makes both of these odd, but that makes a 1, 3, 5 quadruple. So this is not 4, it is 5. Which is maybe useful. It means this cell's definitely even because it sees 1, 3, and 5. Thank you, MicroStudy. So this is 4 or 6 for sure. Let's see. One of those is 5 for sure. At most 2 of these are odd, but that's not a big problem, I don't think. Let's see. One of these is a 2. I don't know if that's useful. Okay, so if this is a 4, which 4 things does it see? It sees one of these 2. That one, that's 2. And then it would have to see 2 evens in here. Is that a problem somehow? Well, it wouldn't see that one. So both of these would be even. If this is a 4, both of those are even. Is that a problem with the 5? It's probably a problem with the 5, but it's actually not immediately a problem with the 5 because these could just be the odd ones. So I guess I know that this 5 sees either 2 or 3. No, it sees a... No. It sees 1 or 2? Yeah. It sees 1 or 2 odds in these cells. Oh, wait. Did both of these cases lead to some coloring? If this is a 3, then that's all the odds. And so if this is a 3, all 3 of these are even. Because this will have seen its allotment of odds. And if this is a 4, what we've said is that results in seeing 1, 2 evens, and then I need to see 2 evens out of here, which are these 2. So these 2 are both always even. because those were even in both cases, I believe, is the upshot of all of that. 5 in column 2. Yes, 5 in column 2 now has to go here, which makes this blue and this orange, just for the sake of it. Diet Coke. Oops. It's A1, 5. So one of these is a 3. I guess I already knew that one of those was a 3. Okay, so now this is already seeing 3 odds. I've got to be very careful, I guess. Now the square can't be, right, the square can't be 3 because it already sees 4. So the square must be 4. Which is going to make that 6, that 6, that 6, that 4, 4, 6, 4. These are odd by counting the column. So that is blue by Mr. Menace. This is orange. These are both blue by counting, which means this is orange by Mr. Menace lines. This is blue, and therefore this is orange. And by Sudoku, if I had counted a little bit more carefully, I could have seen that there were at least 4 odds there. That makes sense. So that's a 2, and that's a 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 6. That's a 1. That's a 1 and a 3, and a 5 and a 1 and a 5, and a 6, and a 3 and a 1. Very nice. For what it's worth, that one felt 3-star to me. Next. Oops. I clicked incorrectly. Okay, black rooms and white rooms. A black dot implies the 1-to-2 relationship between 2 cells. A white dot implies a consecutive relationship between the 2 cells. Not all dots are given. Every outside clue interacting with a dot is a numbered room clue. A digit in such a clue gives the thing. Okay, yeah. So just to go over how numbered rooms clues work, if this was a 4 outside clue and this was a 3, what it would be saying is that the 4 in this row, keep in mind this 4 is not in this row, is in the 4th spot. So it'd count 1, 2, sorry, is in the 3rd spot. So I'd count 1, 2, 3 and place a 4 there. And that would make Sven rather sad. We could put a bet tree down here. Why not? Okay, and so these sort of are saying there's valid numbered rooms clues out here. We can sort of gray everything that is a numbered rooms clue where it doesn't actually tell us anything, because I think we don't really need to think about those like that. So we have all of those. Okay, so yeah, conflict checker is not going to be super happy. Now, here's a fun fact. I need to make sure that these numbers are black dot numbers. And actually, the numbers outside the grid also need to be from 1 through 6. So I can just immediately pencil mark that all of these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and are not 5. Now, there are a bunch of places that you can't put 1s. So, for example, if this is a 1, it would put a 2 here, and that's going to break because I also need to put a 2 on top of the 1. That's how numbered rooms clues work. I probably need to turn conflict checker off before I confuse myself. I was not going to, because I thought it would be funny, but I will just, I will break my own brain if I try to do this without that. So this can't be a 1. And very similarly, that can't be a 1. And very similarly, that can't be a 1. Okay, so now there's no reason I think why this can't be a 1. Because if this is a 1, that's a 2, and that's a 1, which all seems okay to me. Likewise, though, that can't be a this can't be a no, this could be a 1. This can't be a 1 though, for whatever that's worth. Uh 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 row 2 column 1 row 2 column 1. Yes. If this is a 6, wait, no, doesn't that actually work? If that's a 6 and that's oh no, that does work. Right. So what happens here is actually kind of funny. If this is a 6, that's a 3, which says that that's a 3, which would make that a 6. And it only breaks when you realize that that means that would be a 6. Which is hilarious. But yes, I agree that in the fullness of time, this being a 6 doesn't work. So this being a 3 doesn't work. And exactly the same over here. Now. And now this being a 3 doesn't work. Because if this was a 3, this would be a 6, which would put a 3 over there, which would not work well. So this is not a 3. And that's not a 3 for similar reasons. Which means these outy ones aren't 6. Wait, microstudy says that's not how that works. Oh, no. Right. Sorry. I did that in my brain backwards. Right. If this is a 3, that's a 6, which means that's a 6, and that's okay. As I often do with numbered rooms, I flip-flopped those two in what they would do. Yes, so that's okay, actually. Never mind. But microstudy says this can't be 4. Oh, but by an insane chain. If this is 4, that's 2, which means that's 2. Which means that's 3 and 6. And now that's 6. Yeah, so they end up pointing at the same spot in a weird sort of way. I'm trying to see what the elegant way to see that ends up happening is. Did I screw this up again? I might have screwed this up again. That is very possible. It's a 4. That's a 2. That's a 2. It's a 3. So that's a 6, and that's a 6. I think I filled it in correctly that time, but don't quote me on that. Right. So the point is these two can't add to 6. In the same way that you can't have your numbered rooms clues adding to... Wait, is can't add to 6 or can't add to 7? It's can't add to 7. They can't add to 7. So these are never a 3-4 pair. So there's always a 2 among them, which means there's always a 4 among these. And now, if there's always a 2 among these, and there's always a 4 among these, that means one of these two cells is always 4. And so, oh, it could be a 1-2. Never mind. Sorry, you're right. It could be a 1-2. I forgot 2 has a ratio of 2 with things, but one of these is a thing. But then we just have to see that 2-4 pair breaks. And 2-4 pair breaks because I watched myself do it and I still don't understand why 2-4 breaks, but agree that one of them needs to be 2. Oh, 2 would place it there. Those are not the second positions. Right. My brain accounted for the outside ring twice. Yeah, so it would place them there. Uh, right. The point is that that I can't now use a 4 because the 4 would be indexing the location of the 2, and the 4 would index the 2 into one of these locations. That's the way to see it. Because I know the 2 is in one of these locations. So really the point is neither of these can be a 2, which really means neither of these can be a 4. Okay, we have a more sane way of doing this now. So these are just a 2-3 pair with 1, 4, 5, 6 there in the middle. But we know the 6 is in the third position, so we know neither of these is a 6. And we know that that these now we have to be a little bit careful with what they are, because these can't be exactly a 2-3 pair. Keep in mind these two can be the same digit, which is slightly concerning. Can this possibly be a 1? No, this could never be a 1. Can this be a 1? I fear the answer is yes, that can be a 1, because then this could go 1, 2, 3, and I think that would be okay. No, it doesn't. It does not work. It does not work. Right. If this is a 1, then we could go 1, 2, and we can't go 1, because that would place a second 1 in the box, and we can't go 3, because this cell just can't be a 3. So neither of these is a 1. So therefore, the 1 in this box is in one of these places. But now I can't put a 2 on either of these dots, because if I put a 2 on either of these dots, it's going to go with a 3. So now these numbers are at least from 3, 4, 5, 6. For whatever that is worth, probably very little. Now, I might be able to break some more of these if I try really hard, but I at least wanted to get that because of that 2, 3 seemed very relevant. And this is, of course, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. So now the 2 in this box, Sayori points out, is not in any of these spots. So that 2 comes over here and says that this isn't a 2, which means that's not a 1. Let's see. If this is a 4, it's looking at that spot. If this is a 6, it's looking at that spot. Otherwise, this is looking at other things. Oh, this can't be a 2 anymore because of the 2 in the column. Because this 2 in the column is definitely going in one of these two places, but if this were a 2, that would be a 4. So this is not a 2 anymore. Oh, but that means this is just a 3, 6 dot, because we've now ruled everything out of this. So this is a 3, 6 dot. So this is not a 3 ever, because either this is a 3, in which case this isn't a 3, or this is a 6, in which case this is a 3, and that's the 3. So this is never a 3. This is always a 2. So that's a 3, and that's a 6. And so that's a 6. This is not a 6. That 2 goes with a 1 or a 4. So this isn't a 5. It's a 1 or a 4. Okay. That can be a 6 if that's a 3, annoyingly. I'd love to put a 6 on this dot. That would be great. But I sadly cannot. Oh yeah, that did get us a digit dance of that 2. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Let's see. Okay, so these two. If either of these is a 1, it goes with a 1 immediately above it. So if either of these is a 1, there's a 1 and a 2 immediately above it. And then the 2 would have to go somewhere else. Yeah, these two are the same digit, of course. Let's see. MicroStudy wonders if this digit's always 3. So these are never a 4-5 anymore, is the point. If these are a 4-5, it breaks these. So there's only two worlds. There's the world where this is 3-4 and the world where this is 5-6. And so in the world where this is 3-4, then these are 1, 3, 4, 5, and this is a 6. And in the world where this is 5, 6, then that's a 3. So this is actually always a 3 or a 6. Jim claims it can't be 6. Right. And so now this can't be 3 anymore. So the point is, by the box, this is 3 or 6, but now that doesn't work with this being a 3, because this being a 3 would place an additional 6 in the column. So that does not work. So this is a 6 and that's a 3, and that 6 places that 3 up there, which now means these aren't 3 or 4, these are 5 and 6, which means these are 1 and 4, which means that's a 5. And means that this is 4, 5, or 6. Naively. These are 1, 2, and 4. Okay, so if one of these is a 1, it's going to force a 1 onto this dot and make these a 1, 2 pair, which is not going... Oh, which is going to make these a 1, 4 pair, is what it would have to do. Derzalander points out that this being a 6 is a problem, because if this is a 6, that's a 5, which puts a second 6 in this box. So this is never a 6. Six in box 6 is placed, crazily enough, because 6 can't go there. That's amazing. And so 6 in this box is placed, because 6 can't go there either. And so 6 in this box is now in one of these two cells. Okay, this being a 6... puts a lot of constraint on what this digit is, because this digit, whatever it is, it goes here. And so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6. But if you look at it, this can't be 2 or 3 or 6. So this is only a 1 or a 4. And funnily enough, 1 and 4 always go with 2. And so this digit is indexing where the 2 goes. So it's certainly not a 1. So if I pencil mark this, it's definitely not a 1. And it's not a 2, because 2 can't go in the second spot. So 2 goes in the 4th or 5th spot, which happens to make this a 2-6 pair in the playmakeriest possible deduction. One of these is definitely the 5 for the column. I will note completely at random. These will be some number of digits that aren't 2 or 6. Yes, this is very signature playmaker. That's not a 5 because of the 5 above at the very least. This is never a 1 for what it's worth. Let's see. Right in those digits. Oh, that's the point. The point is now these. These can't be 1 anymore. For the following ridiculous reason. If either of these is... The whole point is that we ruled 2 out of these 2 cells. That's the entire point. Because if either of these was 1, it would put a 1 and a 2 on the black dot. But then that 2, what would it have to be indexed by? It couldn't be indexed by a 1 or a 2, so the 2 would have to be indexed by a 4, but that would put a 2 in one of these 2 cells, and we've just learned that neither of those 2 cells can be 2. So these are a 2-4 pair, and that's a 1, is the upshot of all of that. And so... So no 1 on here is what we now have learned. And so this also... Well, if this is a 2, that's a 6. And if this is a 4, that's a 3. So this is always a 3 or a 6, just by looking at what this can be in either instance. So this is a 3-6 dot. And right, this can't index the 6 because the 6 would be in the 3rd spot, and it can't. So this is indexing the 3, and that's the 6. That 6 is in the 2nd spot, so that's a 4. That 4 indexes the 3 and places it there, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 1. Okay. Did I do that in an unnecessarily convoluted way? That sounds like me. Okay, so there's definitely a 4 on this white dot because the other 2 evens are gone, and every white dot needs an even, which means that yellow is 1. So this is either 3-4 or 4-5. And this is the remaining 3-5. These 2 cells are now a 4-5 pair, so these 2 cells are a 1-3 pair, apparently. So that places the 1 in this box there. And so these are a 2-4-5. But that's not the 2, so that is the 2. And this is a 4 or a 5. Okay. So now people are saying some combinations of this break. So if this is a 4 and that's a 5, if this is a 4, that's a 5, and that's a problem because the 4 would not be in the 5th spot. So this can't be a 4 anymore, so it's always a 5, and that's always a 6, and that's a 5. So we place the 5 in the 6th spot, which is over there. 5, 3, 1, 4, 1, 3, 2, 6. This is no longer a 5 or a 3, so it is a 4, and that's a 5, and that's a 4 and a 5. That's a 4 and a 5. That's a 2. Let's see, that seems to be a 3, and the bet tree is a 4. Congratulations to all the 4 bettors out there. Oh, we could also have placed that this was a 4. Oh, wow, and it'll even solution check. Very nice. We have successfully done the puzzle. Ranks Calf won the bet. Alrighty, let's look at the next one. I liked that one a lot. That was very cool. I fear that is going to be the most normal out of all of these. I say when suddenly there's algebra. Oh god, is this going to be an algebra numbered rooms quiz? Where is the row column labels? There we go. Okay. Clue outside the grid shows the sum of x and the digit in the xth cell from its perspective, where x is the value of the cell next to that clue. So, for example, if this is a 4 and this is a 1, then this will be a 5. Okay, got it. So we sum the digit immediately and the digit that indexes. Okay. Oh, outside clues are clipped. Oh, oops. Sorry, I can probably fix that. Oops, I've got to grab the right window. There we go. That's better, right? I think that's good. Okay, so I think I understand. B can't be very large. Oh, sorry. And this is a killer cage that sums to A, right? Note that A and B may or may not be thing. Okay. Okay, so okay, so this is an A. Okay, so what can B possibly be? Sadly, I don't get to write outside my candidates for B. But the absolute maximum that one of these clues could be is 11, because it's 5 plus 6. And so B can't even be as large as 4. B is 1, 2, or 3. Now, if B was 1, oh, well, B can't be 1 because of this clue. So B is only 1, 2, or 3. And it's not 1 because here I would have 1 plus 1 at minimum, so it's at least 2. So this is only 1 or 2, depending. So if B is 2, this can be 1 plus 1 is 2. If B is 1, then this is also 2 plus 1 is 1. So if B is 1, sorry. No, never mind. Sorry. No, sorry. B is, sorry. It's the B is 2 and the B is 3. Sorry, are the two options. So this is never 1, but it's never very large because B is 2 or 3. And so so this is 4 or 5. And so this number is at most 4, but it can't actually itself be 1, because if this was 1, then it would create a clue of 2, of 1 plus 1. So that's not going to work. So this is always a 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, so B is 2 or 3. I keep conflating the value of this cell with the value of B, but B is 2 or 3. See, microstudy says if this is 2, it creates a problem. So if this is a 2, then B is 3, which makes this sum 5. So it would either be 3 and 2 or 4 and 1. Oh. Okay, sorry. People are saying this isn't 2. Sorry, there are lots of that's that were not referring to the thing that I thought. If this is 2, it makes B 2, which would require a second 2 in the column and the box. I agree. So if this is 2, this is 1, which means this clue is 1 plus 1, B is 2. But now this clue is summing to 4, so it would be 2 plus 2, but that's not going to work. So this is never a 2. So yeah, B plus 2. Yeah, so there's a 1 or a 2 following this later in the column. And A is certainly not 6, I saw chat point out. Yeah, and sadly, neither 3 nor 4 interface with these clues up here, which would be dangerous. Let's see. If this is a 4, then this is a 2, 1. Oh, right. A can't be 1 because A is the sum of this, right? And the minimum possible sum is 2 plus 2. So yeah, so A is 2, 3, 4, or 5. Right. Da, da, da. If B being 3 is the more forcing case because it makes these a 1-2 pair. Let's see, Ilm says A can't be 2 either, or else row 6, column 4 breaks. So if A is 2, these are both 1. Ah, right. If A is 2, that's 1 and that's 2, and that looks at a 1, 2. That's genius. Really clean, Ilm there. So A is definitely not 2. So A is 3, 4, or 5. A being 3 creates a lot of 1-2 pairs that I don't love. Oh, A being 3 doesn't work because it creates a 2-1 pair here and a 2-1 pair here. And those 2-1 pairs look at each other. Because the only way it could possibly get 3 is 2 plus 1. But it would be 2 plus 1 in this direction, and I'd end up with 3 1-2s in the column. So I don't think A can be 3 either. So I think A is only 4 or 5. This cell is getting quite cramped. It can only be 2, 3, or 4. Which is becoming interesting with this column. If A is 4, then this is a 3, 1. Oh, wait, no. Why is this if A is 4, then this is 3, 1. I don't understand what's going on with column 1. In that instance. Let's see. Garion says this can't be 4, because if this is 4, that would be 1. Ah, right. If this is a 4... So the thing about this B clue is that B is 2 or 3. It means there's always a 1 in one of these two cells, is basically what Garion is saying. Either this is 1, or the only other option is that B is 3, in which case then this is a 2, 1. So this cell's never 1, so that cell's never 4. That is the point. Hey, Ambrose, I hope you're doing well. Okay. Welcome, Glob Glug Balob. Hope you're doing well. You asked if something shouldn't be 1 row higher. I hope I did not screw something up. Or hopefully chat caught me already. Okay, yeah, so this needs a 1. So yeah, so A is 4 or 5. Which means this is summing to 8 or thing. Yeah, so if A is 4, I agree this is a 3 and a 1. And this would be a 3 and a 1. But I don't see why that breaks, which is the thing that chat sees that I do not, as to why that does not work. One in column 1 breaks. In box 3. In column 1. So if this is a 1... Okay, so no, this is not the 1. This is the 3. So that's a 4. So B plus 2 is 5. Ah, okay, got it. So yeah, that's really that's nasty. So yeah, so if we do this 3-1 universe, we don't have to look at this clue at all, actually. It's all about this clue. If we do the 3-1 universe, it's 3-1 here, then it's 4-1 there, is the basic upshot of this. Because as soon as this is a 3, this is a 4, and B plus 2 is at most 5. So we end up with 2 1s in this box. And so A actually is 5. Yeah, an outside chart would have been very helpful. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Wah. Ba-doop-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yes, you just needed to give me a free B cage as well. If you gave me a B cage, I would have been happy. Okay, so if A is 5, then I also know this is 2, 3, or 4, right? This is the 2. It's not an X sum, Kurabon. That's the problem. So this 3 or 4, is it always going with a 1 up here? Yeah, there's always going to be a 1, because B plus 2 is either... So there's always a 1 in one of these two cells. Oh, if I'd have just corner marked this 1, I would have liked this deduction a lot better, because this is always just going with a 1, regardless of what B plus 2 is. That has been true, and so that would have made this A deduction a lot less painful. So we've got that. And then the point is the 2 always goes with a 3. So there's definitely a 2 and a 3 living up here. So there's a 2-3 pair over here. So there's a 1, 4, 6 over here. That's definitely not a 1. So 3B is either 4 plus 5 or 6 plus 2, or 3. So 3B is definitely now 9. Those are the only options. Because these sums are always 9. So B is 3. And so B being 3 gives me a 2 and a 1. And B plus 2 is now 5. So that gives me a 4 and a 1. Like that. So this is now a 3. A is 5, so that's 2. So that's the other 2, 3, which means that's the 5. Like that. Okay, so now, why do I have 2 2s in the column? That doesn't sound good. What did I do? I hit the wrong button, didn't I? That was supposed to be a 5. The 2 2s, yeah, I seem to have turned off conflict checker and then immediately regretted it. But now immediately I feel better because conflict checker has told me that this is a 6 and not a 4, which means that's a 3 because of the sum. I can get rid of the 2 and 3 here. And now we've used all the clues. Oh, we have not quite used all the clues because we've got this 2A. So this needs to be a 10. So this is a 4 or a 6. So that's a 6 and a 4 because it's the only way to do 10. And so now we can probably just mark because we've used all the clues. So that is a 6 and a 1 and a 5 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 6 and a 4 and a 1 and a 4 and a 5 and a 1 and a 3 and a 6 and a 2 and a 6 and a 4 so these are a 6 and a 4, and now some nonsense is happening up here. Oh, duh. Yes, this, I can't sum this 2 and 3 if I make this a 2. Because if I put this at 2, then I would be summing the 2 and the 5. That's a 3 and a 2. That's a 5 and a 3. This is a 5 and a 2. It's a 5 and a 2. There we go. I loved this one. This one was great. I really like this version of an X sum indexing thing. Like, I think this is I think this is a very cool a very cool idea for a rule set. I like this more than X sums or numbered rooms. This sort of like half X sums, half numbered rooms is very cool. We have 2 more. Let's see if we can finish them before the end of stream. Reversed X sums. Yeah, not having a 1 plus 1 is very weird because it's like having a 10 lines puzzle without a 5 plus 5 somewhere in the puzzle. Divide the grid into 6 orthogonally connected regions so that each row, column, and region contains the digits 1 through 6. A classic chaos construction. A clue outside the grid shows the sum of the first X cells starting from the opposite direction of its row and column, where X is the value of the cell next to that clue. Moreover, those X cells must belong to the same region, and the X plus first cell after those, also from the opposite direction, must belong to a different region. Okay, so this is a more or less completely standard thing. Oh no, okay, I can move the oops, I have to move this over to here. Boop, nope, that's not the right one. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Okay, so I don't know, why have so many people set puzzles with this exact rule set? I don't know. So this is a 2 or a 3 and can't be a 4 because I can't do a length 4 10 sum without a 4. And this is a 2, 3, or 4, and I can do a length 4 11 sum without a 4. And this is a 2 or a 3. And so I'm just going to note right away that that's a virtual 2, Oh, it's not a virtual 2-3 pair. No, it is. It is a virtual 2-3 pair, because if this is a 2, then this needs to be 3-5. So there's a virtual 2-3 pair that means these cells are never 2 or 3, which I'm going to assume is the thing that I want to note out of that. 12 is always a minimum of 3, and I can't do it in 5 either, so this is 3 or 4. And the 6 could be 1 or 2, but not 3, because 3 would require a 1, 2, 3, and I can't do 1, 2, 3 without 3. Yeah, the reverse part isn't the weird part to me. It's this exact chaos construction rule I've seen about 1,000 times. Okay, so got a lot of things. Yeah, we can do some region building, because the 12 here is at least 3 cells in size. The 8 here is at least 2. Maybe I should be doing this with, like, I should probably be doing this with gray instead for now. I'll be doing it with gray pencil marks. So the 12 is at least 3. The 8 is at least 2. The 10 is at least 2. The 11 is at least 2. So actually that immediately tells us that the 11 clue is not 4, because if the 11 clue was 4, this region, the PQ region, would then have 7 cells in it. So that's actually a 2-3 pair because of that. So this is a 2 or a 3. So I think I can make this yellow now. I don't think I'm going to have any worries that I'm creating a region that does not have yellow. So either these 2 or these 3 sum to 11, for whatever that is worth. I'm going to write down that these are 1, 4, 5, 6, just in case it is at some point relevant to me. If this were a 4, I would be saying that these sum to 12. And what digit would this be? This would be a 5. And there'd be a 5 up here somewhere. That all sounds in the vague vicinity of okay to me. Let's see. Oh, this is a 2 or a 3 cell 10 sum. So if it's a 2 cell 10 sum, this is definitely 4, 6. And if it's a 3 cell 10 sum, this is 1, 4, 5. So this is never a 4. Alima agrees that this is never a 4 because of that weird trick. Glob, I think this can be a 6 if these are 1, 4, 5. Oh, maybe not because of the 8 sum. Not because of the 8 sum. Right, this can't be a 6 because of the 8 sum. Because if this is a 6, it's not a 3 cell 8 sum, and it's not a 2 cell 8 sum either. So this is never a 6. Okay, good. Good spot. So if this is a 3, this is a 1, 2, 5. And if this is a 2, this is a 3, 5. So there's always a 5 in one of this mess of cells, right? Oh, even better than that. I think that's true, but we can do a lot better. Knowing that this is a 1 or a 5 tells me that this is not a 3 cell 10 sum, because this would be a 1, 4, 5 quadruple. And I can't get 1, 4, and 5 in 4 cells. That's too many cells. So this has to be a 2 cell 10 sum. That's a 3 cell 10 sum. And so we can put an X there. And these are a 4, 6 now. And so these are not 4 or 6. Let's see. So yes, the yellow now, because of the 3, now the yellow goes in yellows. And so now the yellow is done. So now this definitely, whatever this is, it definitely connects out. And whatever this is, it definitely connects out. Like that. Ah, right. This is now a 3 because we know the region geometry. So this is a 3. So that is a sum to 15. So these two sum to 6. So these are 1, 5, or 2, 4. 3 in box 1 is placed. Good. Yes, 3 in box 1 is placed. Agree. These sum to 14. So these two sum to what? So these two sum to 7. So they're 2, 5. Oh, that's a 2, by the way. So they're 2, 5, or 1, 6. Sorry. No, these two sum to 7. Is that right? They're not 1, 6 if they sum to 7. Let me try again. These sum to 14. So these sum to 7. And so they're 1, 6, or 2, 5. That 2 gives me another X and tells me that this is a 5 and a 3. So that's a 1. These aren't 5 anymore. That's not a 1. And so we get that. Funnily enough, these two we know sum to 6, right? Oh, I love this. This is amazing. Playmaker, you're my hero. These two sum to 6. Oh, no, they don't sum to 6. Damn it. There's going to be this really beautiful deduction, but it doesn't work because 6 and 7 are different numbers. So close. All right. Heroes. Well, give it time. If this is a 2, oh, maybe I don't quite know enough about the region building now up there. I do know there's a border in there somewhere. Oh, fun fact, I know this 3 is not in the same region as this 3. That's probably the point. That's probably easier than whatever I was about to try and do. So this 3 region needs to get enough cells without taking anything from this. Is there any world where that's not part of the region with the 3? I don't think there is. I think if I rule this cell out of this cell... Hey, honey.
Hello.
I think if I don't put this in the 3 region, I think the 3 region gets forced to look like that. But now this cell... Oh, this cell could just go in that region. Never mind.
Chat, his purple hair literally smells like grape. I'm not kidding.
One of these is a 2. Chad is pointing out. So neither of these are 2 or 5 because they sum to 7. So they're 1 and 6, which makes these 1 and 6. Makes them not 4. That 1 and 6 looks down at that. These 2 needed to sum to 6. So they're 2, 4 now. So that's not a 2, and that is a 2. And these are a 5 and a something. I don't think there's any digits left. I think 5 is the only one. Oh, and the 5 even goes there because of the column. But I don't think there's... I think all the digits from 1 through 6 have already appeared in yellow, so I think this cell's just blank. Upon closer examination, I believe 4 has not appeared in yellow. If this is a 6, it's going to make this 6 clue really problematic. So that is a 1 and that's a 6. So that's a 2, which makes that a 5. Instills some marking of that sort. Now, both of these are now sort of forced to join this region, because if they don't join this region, we create a problem. And now, if this region takes this cell, we isolate these 2, so we don't. And this region's actually finished, so we can stitch it in. And the stitched in region, aka Oklahoma, there was a request for Hunter I saw earlier, so we can Hunterize Oklahoma. So these are some assorted numbers. So that's a 1 and a 6 by Sudoku before we do anything too complicated, like try and figure out what these are. These are 4 and 6. Okay, I can actually do that. 4 and 6 go in. Okay, good, good. Okay, this region now, this region always takes this cell now, because if it doesn't, it's capped at 3 cells in size, as you can easily see by the stitching. This cell needs to go either that way or that way, and either way, this joins over there. So this is now a square region at least. These cells are a 4-6 pair, by the way. So that 4-6 pair looks over and makes that a 2, and that a 4, and that a 6, and a 4, and a 6, and a 4. This 4 is not in the region with the other 4. So this region actually expands. It's still not in the region with the other 4. So it expands out over here. And so this number is odd now. It's only 1 or 5. This region is missing a 4 and a 2. So if it takes this cell, this is a 2. And then it takes this cell anyway. I think we can play where does square x get its 2? Or sorry, where does square x get its 4? Zeta's favorite game. I don't think this can get a 4 anywhere but there. But I don't really want to use that at the moment. I'm being told that actually if I fill in this row, it'll be easier. Because this is a 1 and that's a 4. Let's do that instead. So this is a 5. Okay. I should probably pencil mark the rest of the grid at this point. Because probably there's some good stuff like that 3 and 1 and 5 and 6 and 1, 5 and 3 and 2. But we've got to finish our region building, of course. Okay, so now this square either takes the 2 and then dead ends, or takes the 4 and then dead ends. And so actually it only can possibly take the 2 and the 4, and then we have to stitch it in. And so we will imbue this with a carnival cake. Like that. Okay, this now sneaks out like that, and it can't take the 4 because this already has the 4. So there's a 5 here. It can't take the 3 because it already has the 3. So that 3 has to join this thing. But now this thing, in order to get in, let's see. And then we can put all of this together into a human flesh colored basket. And so now this region still needs a cell, and we have to put it over there, and then we can stitch it in. And then we can finish this region. Let's see. This region, I am feeling missed for this region. And let's see. What should this region get to be? I feel like Rust Bucket hasn't gotten to appear in a while, so we'll allow this region to be Rust Bucket today. So there we go. Excellent, excellent. I enjoyed that one. Even if there was a lot of stitching to do to make it all fit together. Alrighty, we have one more. Hey, Leah, welcome. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Why? We're going to have killer cages that overlap and go diagonally, aren't we? We're going to have overlapping diagonal killer cages. Uh, each cage cell with a number is used to construct a real killer cage, an orthogonally connected. Okay, at least they're orthogonal. An orthogonally connected area of cells. Within a cage, digits don't repeat, and they sum to the small number written in that cage if given. If a cage has size n, then the cage must contain digit n within it. Cages don't overlap. Okay, never mind. Cages don't overlap. Oh, thank God. Okay. Uh, for those of you who have not seen this, the last time I did one of Playmaker's 6x6 packs, it involved constructing killer cages that I think both went diagonally and also could overlap, and it broke my brain in the worst way. So this one, okay. So no such concerns this time. Every cage must contain exactly one total clue, and no 2x2 area within the grid can fully contain cage cells. Did zetamath write these rules? A cell that contains an arrow doesn't belong to any cage, and its digit shows how many cells away between it and the first cage cell are found in the arrow's direction. Okay, so we've got this. Between it and the first cage cell. For example, if row 3, column 4, I can put on row column labels now for this puzzle. If row 3, column 4 is a 2, then row 5, column 4 must belong to a cage, while row 4, column 2 must not. Okay, so it counts the cell on the arrow itself. So that being a 2. Okay, so this being a 2 means that. Okay. So this is, and I guess we can give each color a name. So let's do that, I guess. I'll have a carnival cake up here, and carnival cake has to grow because you can't do an 8 cage in one. We can have Ms. Kelly Green up here. Oh, that's not Kelly, sorry. Ms. Kelly Green up here. Carnival cake definitely can't grow left, so we've got to stitch it in. That's true. Because if carnival cake grew left, this would need to be a 3-cell 8 cage with a 1, but then this would also be a 1, and that would not work. That would be bad. Let's see. Let us have imposter yellow down here. Let's see. We'll do sea blue. Let's see. It's funny, if this is a 1, that's also, no, that's not true. It's if this is a 2, then that's a 1. No. This can be royal purple. And this can be use your imagination brown. Okay. So this 16 cage is certainly going to need to be more than 2 cells. Oh, but it could be these 3 cells, right? It could maybe be those 3 cells. I need to read all the rules again. It's an orthogonally connected area of cells within a cage. Just don't repeat. Every cage contains its size. Cages don't overlap. No 2x2 area can be fully caged. Okay. People are pointing out that 4 plus 5 plus 6 is less than 16. And it would actually have to be 3 plus 5 plus 6 because of the containing the size rule. So the point is, this is always Ms. Kelly Green, regardless of how Kelly chooses to go about her life. Okay, and so now that stitches in the ocean. Because the ocean can't now move here, because if the ocean moved here, it would create a 2x2, which would be bad. We're not allowed to do that. Glob pointing out this can't be a 5 size cage. This certainly Kelly can't take this cell, because if Kelly takes this cell, this 13 cage needs at least 3 cells, and it's going to create a mess. All of this would be a 2x2, and I can't have a 2x2 that's fully caged. So Kelly cannot explore this area. And for much the same reason, Imagination Brown can't explore this area either. And now Kelly needs to take this cell, because if Kelly doesn't take this cell, then now we've got a 2x2, and we're not allowed to have a 2x2. So Kelly definitely takes this cell, and now Royal Purple can't explore up, because if Royal Purple goes up, I mean, actually, this cell now just can't be anything. This cell is now a naked nothing, because otherwise you'd have a 2x2. So there we go. Kelly is now done. So we can border Kelly with a black border this time. So we can remove some of the boundaries on some of these things. This also now must be a naked nothing, because if it was not, then we'd again have a 2x2. The ocean must grow, which sounds like a Spirit Island spirit, but what are you going to do? The ocean must grow at least one more, because I can't do this in fewer cells than that. This 14 cage, the Imagination cage probably grows as well, because I can't do 14 in one. This comes over here. Okay. So this is only 1 or 2 now, for whatever it's worth. This is 1 or 2 now. Yeah, the 16 definitely contains a 4. Spirit Island is probably my favorite, like, regular board game. So yeah, so the 16 cage is forced, Martin is pointing out, because the outies need to sum to 5, but because of the rules about the number of cells, it needs to have a 4 in it. So it's missing 2 and 3. And so therefore the digits that it contains are 1, 4, 5, 6. Exactly. We can put a little border there. Okay, if my 8 cage came down here, this would be a 1, 3, 4, and that would be a 2, of course. Row 6, column 2. Oh, it's 1 or 3. Right. Sorry, I can't count. Because it's either it's 1 or it's all of this. Yes, it can be 3, but it can't be 2. Ilma's correct. Totally agree. Yeah, the black border is a little confusing with the region borders, but people didn't like me stitching in all the regions in the previous puzzle. So I'm going to do the worst combination, and this time I'm going to use the borders that they wanted me to use last time. I was just trying to be nice, but it didn't work out well, as it so often does not. So is this a 3 or a 4 or a 5? Excuse me. I think this can't be a 4 because of this cell. If this grows, then this is a 1, but that rules 1 out of a 13 cage in 4 cells. But you cannot rule 1 out of a 14 cage or out of a 13 cage in 4 cells, because if you rule out 1, then it sums to at least 14. So yeah, so this is not blue. That's also not blue. So there's a 3 in here somewhere. Uh, so yes, so it's 3 plus 2 other digits that sum to 10. So MicroStudy has figured out that that is 3, 4, and 6. And so one of these two is a 2, and Garion claims that's not the 2. Uh, uh, very nice, Leah. Uh, row 4, column 6, a 1, and that breaks Carnival Cake. So if this were a 2, we'd have a 2 here, a 1 here. There'd be some unspecified cage here. And so the point is this would now be forced to be a 3-cell cage, but without a 1 in it. Yes, that's true. Okay. So if this is a 2, here's the thing, here's the pathing for this. If this is a 2, it forces Carnival Cake to grow, which means Carnival Cake needs a 1, which means this is also a 2. But this can't also be a 2 because then this would be at least a 3. So that's not the 2, that's the 2. That's the 1. Now Carnival Cake can't grow. So now Carnival Cake has been sewn in, or not sewn in, has been bordered in like that. This is now part of a cage, which we fortunately have a button to denote now. None of those are 6. That's a 6. These are a 1 and a 5. I don't think this can be a 5. There aren't enough cells. So this is a 1, and that's the 5. And the 5 is in a rainbow cage. So no 1's up there, which makes that a 1. That 4, 5 looks over and makes that a 3 and a 4. These are a 2, 3 pair. Okay, this is at least a 2 because there's a 1 in the box, so it's definitely gray. Hey, Memerister, how are you doing? This is a 3. The imagination brown needs to grow because you can't get to 14 and 2 without a 6. So the imagination brown grows. This is gray because I filled a 3 in there, and I then didn't do the thing that I was supposed to do when I filled the 3 in there, which is to populate the thing. Oh, this has to be a 2 because it's at least a 2, but it can't be 3 or 4. That's gorgeous. Okay, so this has to be a 2 because it can't be any bigger. That's really cool. So this is rainbow. Let's see. One of these is a 1, sure. Whatever rainbow is, it's not connecting to anything unless it goes down here, because it's not connecting to anything through there because of this gray. So this is rainbow. But now rainbow has become, this rainbow piece has become officially yellow because it's now run into yellow and the cages can't overlap, thank God. So we need to either be a... Oh, no, that's right. This was meant to be imposter yellow. Imposter yellow is the cage, not regular yellow. Okay, so this cage can't be 6 in size. If it's 5 in size, it misses a 3. Well, that's not possible because it gets the 3 in column 5. So it's not 5 in size, it's 4 in size. Because if it were 5 in size, the thing it would miss is a 3, but the 3 in column 5 is definitely in imposter yellow. So imposter yellow is actually 4 in size. And contains a 3 and a 4, and probably if it contains a 3 and a 4, we can figure out what other digit it must contain. So 5 and 3 and 4 is 12, and 6 must be the other. So 3, 4, and 6 is our thing, and therefore the bottom cell here is a 2. Going on. Okay, so this rainbow now must just be brown. What every rainbow aspires to be. Because if this rainbow was not brown, it would have, well, everything has a clue and it's not connecting to royal purple. So rainbow is imagination brown. Now, imagination brown can only be 4 cells in size, because if imagination brown goes to 5 cells in size, it would sum to at least 15. So we have finished the imagination brown, and now no cage can reach any of these cells, so these all get to be gray. Gray all over. Okay, and so now there is just a matter of a question of, is this digit a 1 or not? And I don't know. I know that one of these two is a 6. Let's see. There's probably Sudoku on something I can do. That's usually how it works in these puzzles. Should I just mark? Will I have horrible regrets if I do that? Well, I know one of these digits is a 4. Does that help? Well, the 4 is definitely in this column. So that's not a 4. So this is only a 1 or a 5. And that 1 or a 5 goes over here somewhere for whatever it is worth. Okay, can I put a 4 and a 6 in a 14 cage? Yes, I can, I believe. 4 and 6 and 1 and 3 would be okay. So I think I can get the 6 in there. If I don't do a 6, can't I just do 2, 3, 4, 5? Feels like I could do 2, 3, 4, 5. But this is definitely not a 2, 3, 4, 5 cage. There we go. Because that 2, 3 is not in the brown cage. That's the point. And so if this were 14 without a 6, it would need to be 2, 3, 4, 5, because that's the biggest you can make, and it is 14. But that 2, 3 is not in the cage, because it can't go there somehow weirdly. And so there needs to be a 6, and so that, in fact, is a 6, which goes with a 5 and a 1. That 3, 4 pair gives me a 6 there, gives me a 5 there, a 4 there, a 3 there, a 4 there, a 3 there, a 5 there, a 1 there. So Ms. Royal Purple gets to grow. So these are a 4 and a 3 in order to make the math work. So that's the 4 and that's the 3. So that's the 2 and that's the 3. That's the 2 and that's the 4 and that's the 2. Okay, so by uniqueness, this must end. Because the other 2 sizes it could be are 3 and 4, and it can't be either of those. Okay, so Ms. Royal Purple only gets to grow that big. These are that. And now that is a 1, and that is a 6. I really enjoyed that one as well. There's a little stitching there I need to get rid of. This is a really great pack playmaker. I enjoyed this a lot. And the very best part is that none of the killer cages overlapped with each other. Which is the whole key, I feel like, to doing this. I think I still haven't done number 3. This was definitely the Zeta-iest puzzle out of the 6x6 pack. This the rules to this remind me of the rules to the next puzzle in the Zeta catalog when we get to the next puzzle in the Zeta catalog. But yeah, I think I did Bittersweet Candies 1 and 2, and I think 1 was before I started streaming. I think I did 2 on stream, and I think I haven't done 3, but I could be wrong. So we may get to do those as well. But lovely collection. I think Kodak still has a set I haven't done as well, and I know Florian has a set that I haven't done as well. Alrighty. Anyway, we have hit the point for me to wrap up the stream. So thank you everyone for joining. I hope you enjoy the hair. I hope it will be purple for a while to come. We'll see exactly how it works. But anyway, thank you, thank you for joining. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you want, the easiest thing you could do to support the stream is give the stream a thumbs up. If you have not yet given the stream a thumbs up, it is greatly appreciated. But if you want to support the stream financially, and thank you very much to all of you who do, but if you want to support the stream financially and you don't now, the easiest way to do that is to click the join button down below, where for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream and get your Zach emotes and your green name in chat and all of these sorts of things. Also, if you can't do that, but you want the Zach emote and these sorts of things, there are many people who sort of will give out free subs if you hang out. Sometimes you can get lucky. So anyway, so just watch the stream more and you might get lucky even if you can't. But those of you who do support the stream, it is humongously appreciated. So thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for the compliments on the hair. It's very nice. I keep like seeing myself in the mirror and being like, ah. I have not quite gotten used to it yet. It is surprising. Anyway, that is all for now. Thanks for watching. Thank you again to everyone who supports. Thank you to those of you, by the way, who support at the top level. So that would be David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, and Nico. Thank you so much. Oh, and we got the pack rated. Woohoo! Alrighty. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. See you soon. Next stream is Friday, by the way. Bye for now.